Not too much longer now. Alright, I'm almost ready. Let's do this thing. Just a moment. Sorry about that, team. I never want the clock to go down and then I'm not there. I'm committed to being here when the timer runs out. Hello, everybody. We got Keo in the house. We got the man of the hour in the year, JJ43. We got Vector, Tep, Stanley, and I'm gonna later thank Stanley for the gifted game over on the Steam universe. Yeah, Keo says Alex just getting dressed up for the occasion. You can say that again. JJ says my internet would go down tonight. LOL. Uh-oh, are you having to rely on 4G? Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come on so that you guys can see the game boot up. Hey, what's up, Mr. Nobody? Alright, here I come. I do want you guys to see the boot up. It's fun. Thanks for your patience. This is your boy, Alex Yard. Welcome to today's program. We got Mr. Nobody, Zach the Very Lucky Engine. Yeah. So I'm going to click the game open now. Mr. Nobody saw the Unsung Masterpiece video a few days ago. And yeah, we're going to take a look at that today as our end of stream discuss segment. Good morning to Barry. All I have to do is make sure I got the right sound coming out of the right port. Stanley's so ready. I'm through the roof with excitement. The sound's ready to go. I present to you JJ's own Ashura the Glitch Sage 24 version. Alright, JJ's going to be largely observing during this. In other words, JJ's not going to be, an armchair advice, backseat sweetheart. And Javid will also be lurking throughout. So, without further ado, I'm going to click on the guy. Oh, wrong size. Look at that low frame rate logo thing. There we are. What do we got? Hey, I know who that is. Oh, look, got all glitched. And he's doing his impatient pose. We've arrived. Welcome to the world premiere. Remember that on MTV? Keo spotted Robotnik's laugh from Mean Bean Machine. Maybe Eggman's gonna be in this game. But yes, Zach, it's nice to see you too. Isn't this a cool menu? You got those marble zony things floating around in the back. Great way to set the stage. Ooh, we got the music kicking in. Barry might have heard a little bit of Chaotix. Do I have my button mapping on? I assure you I got this up and running earlier today. So I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for this. I'm sure JJ is on the edge of his seat, hoping, much like I am, that there's no technical issues. So I'm gonna really hope that Steam is open, and that's why this is happening. Stanley's on the case. Alright, Mr. Nobody, have a good one. Okay, what could it be? Steam is very not open. I can always reboot the game. Right, I'm gonna stay calm, because I know I can fix it, because I played this test run, an hour or two ago. So let me go ahead and close the game. Redouble my efforts to have the button mapping on. Barry recognizes this title screen music. It should sound familiar to longtime Yardigans. Now, is that low frame rate logo just something that they distribute to everybody to put in their Sage game? Alright, what can I try? I can try, plugging my controller into a different port. Alright, different port works. I'm not asking questions. I'm going to plug my Stream Deck into the other port. Alright, Vector confirms it's part of Sage's promo package. It's the press branding materials. Alright. I can barely hear the music. Alright, music's kind of low. Yeah, JJ says that they give you an MP4 and go, figure it out yourselves. Alright, so I don't think I need to change any options. But just, for day one hype, look at this glorious rainbow grid. Yeah, I don't think I need to change everything because I speak English. Alright. I'm gonna click go. This is nuts. Oh, I've been looking forward to this. And even just the quick look that I had earlier today, I was amazed just by the starting area, which you're gonna see now. Alright, save file 3, as is tradition. Alright, so here we are in test zone. You're thrust into the game in the test zone, right? And we have this audio music that's definitely referencing but expanding upon the Sonic 2 boss music. Yeah, so I wonder if Eggman is up ahead. What was that? I don't know what that... I got, zoomed ahead suddenly. Yeah, what was that? It happened again. Is that an idle animation? No. Alright, I'll have to figure that out along the way. The Phantom Boost. But yeah, I love this altered color scheme. Look at the rainbow colors gradually changing in the back. Can I get permission from JJ to make this a place in the waiting zone? Yeah, so Keo says, so this is like in Metro... What is that? Yeah, sorry. I don't know if I'm hearing a ticking. I gotta. Sorry, team. I'm hearing a noise. I don't know if it's in the game or not, so I'm gonna go quickly look and see if it's anything in real life. All right, can't find anything. Yeah, it's like a tick tick. No, all right, like it never happened. All right, I love that the first thing that happens in this game is you go down this awesome slope and then it gets to this. You have to jump. It's such a simple thing, but it's so profound and perfect. It reminds me of that last little block you have to walk down at the very, very last moments of Metroid Dread. So yeah, as Kyo... Okay, it is the game. Okay, I am 99% sure that the noise is the game. Because it happens... Okay, the aftermath of the drop dash. Yeah. Yeah, it's like... Tick, tick. Anyway, I won't dwell on that. What's it gonna be? Who's up ahead? Okay, and that... So there's another one of those boosts. Don't know what caused that. Yeah, it didn't happen again. So there's a phantom boost mechanic that someday I'll figure out, but this is the day one first impressions. JJ's over there like, I know exactly what's going on. Aw, I didn't stay on the cool kids route. This is Ashura the glitch. Yeah, I honestly thought that noise was my downstairs neighbor dog collar clicking. Wow, this is reminding me... Is that a death pit? This game is not messing around. I guess it does... Right, first of all, I noticed the connection to... What is it, 8-bit? One of the 8-bit games has this exact... And actually Mania has it too. Hello, Ghosted Burb. Kyo certifies the uncool kids route. So maybe I need to do a peel out. So if I'm understanding, the level design. Yeah, the self-evident narrative I've gleaned so far is that you go down there, you figure, oh, there's nowhere to go. So now I'm seeing this slope, I gotta use the geometry to solve the puzzle. Yeah, so hey, what's up, Elmarian, who's also saying, the little squeaky sound after the drop dash always sounds to you like it's inside your house. Yeah, and that's why I went to investigate the kitchen. See if there's any dog collars there. Alright, first time's me charm. Yeah, baby, upstairs, staying with the cool kids, almost falling down, certified falling down. Take 2. Stay popular, everybody. Popular. Alright. Might as well use this too. Oh, okay. So this is interesting as a kind of changing the convention a little bit, right? I mean, Sonic levels, Sonic games in general, you're able to jump up through the floor like that. So that's a difference in convention. It's not, I'm not even saying that as a bad thing, it's just that, because I'm sure that the level design is built around that. Yeah, I keep forgetting. Yeah, I keep forgetting that has collision. That's how deeply ingrained it is into the Sonic zeitgeist. Yeah, doing good, Elmarian, and I love the background as much as you do, I gotta say. Okay, I missed my jump. What did I do? Let's do a fully certified peel out. Alright, so now I could probably make the gap just jumping up here. Easily. Classical loop-de-loop. You're here, your family. Oh, and there was an upper area, even more upper. Wonder how one gets there. Alright, I got one of those phantom boosts. Still don't know what the deal is. Are those hidden one-time boosts? You know, so speedrunners know where the optimal route is that has the most of those speed boosts. This is hilarious. I love the day one trying to figure out what everything is. This is awesome. Right? Clearly the player is meant to regard this as a dead end. And maybe I am actually gonna have to get up to the higher route. Yeah, can a hedgehog get up there? I would love it if the solution to this is I gotta get up to that upper route. Is it by using this? Yeah, and I bet you that's gonna get me over the wall. So can I actually backtrack up here to get maximum? We'll get the classical S's. Alright. So let me just peel out. Actually... Yup, using that little slope in the geometry. Yeah, baby. Alright, so, wow, there's a whole nother level? Interesting. JJ wonders if Chad has any ideas. Okay, so then you fall down, so you have to stop. Because I think that's just gonna take me to... the Trump wall. Alright, I could get on top of this puppy. I love this music, man. JJ says, what is that dash that I've been doing? Got up. Yeah, that dash of justice. It happened again in the same spot. You know... Oh, is there a spring in the tree? There was collision. Hey. Thought I bumped something. Vector's not giving anything away. Vector's not giving anything away. Actually, let me try what I was originally going to try. It's probably unnecessary to go up there, because I can just get there from here. Yeah, that was unnecessary before. But is this route even high enough? We're going to find out together live on the air. I love how some of these trees are the alternate blue color scheme. Alright, well, this is there a hidden spring? Whoa. JJ says, this place is empty. Is the game complete? Yeah, am I just imagining that I'm sometimes colliding with the trees? I don't know. Alright, it kind of feels like the game wants me to go to the super popular double high route. And anyway, couldn't I just get up here by doing that, maybe? Do I have to backtrack even further to get to the elite status route? JJ finds it funny that the random dash I'm doing is peculiar. Yeah, I've yet to figure out the mechanics. Can't get up there. But even up here... Okay, can I get up there with a peel out? I don't know, it's kind of a tough angle. Barry says, what if it's up but not down? That's something to think about. Yeah, I'm inclined to think that I can't get up here. But even if I did, what's even up there? Maybe nothing? Uh-oh, JJ says, what's a tradition in a platformer? Platforms? Are there invisible platforms near the big wall? Oh, do I have to roll into it? That's a tradition. JJ wonders if the different colored trees are a hint. Let me go jump onto a blue tree. Oh! Death count updated, guys. My permanent record. Alright. Well, in the interest of, a comprehensive investigation, why don't I... Does the game look choppy to you guys now? Let me just make sure that there's nothing of value down here. Okay. Theo says I died in the test zone. Impressive. Alright, I have to think about platformer traditions. Well, let me think about how many moves I have. Clearly I have the drop dash, the peel out, the spin dash. Alright, Stanley's making me feel a little bit better because Stanley has not made it past the test zone, baby. What's traditional in platformers? Oh, enemies. Get up here. Tradition in platformers is to stay on the upper path. Yeah, I don't think the blue trees have any guidance to offer. Yep, and then that almost looked like supersonic. JJ's having tutorial remorse. Alright, Vector says, what do other platformers have that Sonic typically does not have? Well, coins for one, but Origins has coins. Other platformers? What does Mario have? Keo thinks he figured it out. Vector says, how do you normally perform it? Oh, is it Mario has his backflip where he crouches down for a few seconds and then you hear him go, which means he's clenching his muscles ready to jump super high. But that doesn't work. Ah! I got my Insta. I love this music. That, snare, 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 snare. Excuse me. There's no Sonic CD hidden room down here to the left? Alright, whatever. You could get a round going. Roll, roll, roll your boat. Miss, miss, miss the jump. Alright, clearly the game right here is telling me stay on the upper path, which I keep failing to do. But like if I think about, am I missing anything here? I don't think so. I think if I'm here, what I should do is go forward. But I have to use my peel out. Dude, it's a Sonic convention that I can't get out of my head. You don't bump your head at Green Hill Zone. No, crap. Can you cancel? Alright, whatever. Alright, so that's up there, but there's not really a way to get up there. Already ran around on top of that puppy. Is it in the secret room? Come on, what is triggering that? This is a one-button game. Yeah, JJ doesn't know. I get the sense that I'm nowhere close to figuring it out. Alright, Vector says I have everything I need. It's all at the Wall of Justice. What do other games have? Weapons. Keo figured something out. Do I just have to have Mach speed? Stanley nominates Wall Climb. Oh, is it a drop dash? Alright. Vector says, try different inputs than normal. It's like pushing the spikes and flying battery. Different inputs than normal. But Larry King told me this was a one-button game. Alright, JJ says, technically this is a 5-button game. Do I have to press start to access my inventory? Well, if it's a 5-button game, then I should really read the instruction manual. Oh, maybe do I need one of those Mach speed? So maybe if I go far away from it, because I noticed the Mach, the micro warps, right? So I'm gonna get away so that the Mach phantom warp respawns. Alright, this should be far enough. There goes that idea. Oh, okay. The hint that... So, it would be heartbreaking if there's a button that I should be pressing that I have not mapped. And hello, Colin Videos over on YouTube. Let's see. Where can I read the instruction manual? Here it is, I think. Read me. Okay, so arrow keys, movement. Space makes you jump. And then enter is pause. So I think I have everything. Is it, you know, a combo of things? Barry's in the same boat as old Alex. Haven't figured... Are you playing the game right now, Barry? That's cool, so... a sequence of inputs. Oh! Okay, so what all I'm doing right now is hitting left, right, and then I guess A. Yeah, that's the barrel of doom for the new generation. Dialogue? Okay, so this was all a simulation. Is this going to be Tails' simulation? What happened to this place? Visuals are corrupted. I shouldn't have been able to enter, you're telling me. Can you hear me? Is this influenced by Axiom Verge? Why can't I move? I'm an auto-demo AI. How dare you say that about my agency? You appear to be special, unique. Every other bot has died here. I almost gave up. Whoa, what happened? Is this supposed to happen? Alright, this is canonical stuff. It's not even meta, it's canonic because this game itself is about a glitch, I'm told. New skills. Set you free into another zone. Alright, taking the skills away. Project Ashura. Get a load of... Oh, it's going down. This. I played this. Eblo picked up the Kid Chameleon reference. Earth Labyrinth. Yes. Amazon Alexa's. The nostalgia of jumping, you know, in this early game phase without curling into a ball. Save your progress by pressing down at the checkpoint. Nice, so it requires the player to learn how to save before leaving. Ooh, look at that. That was awesome. Alright, well, if Metroid inspired this, then it would be, you know, a hint to go left. But since that's too obvious, the blatant choice would be to subvert that. But that subversion is so incredibly on the nose that it actually is to go the way of the Metroid. So let's go. Kyo's sniffing out some rusty ruins. Yeah, Polar Wildcat says Marblenth Zone. And hello, Polar Wildcat. But yeah, Eblo wondered if this is an update to the Sonic Metroidvania. It sure is. This is, correct me if I'm wrong, JJ, the official Sage demo of Ashura the Glitch, which I want to say has 3 levels in it. Look at all this. So many ways to go. Now, it feels like I'm on, yeah. Is speed itself an upgrade? That's kind of cool. I have bogus speed to start. I like that. That's a cool idea. Vector encourages me that I am free to go wherever I would like. Alright, probably need a spin dash or some kind of item. Or maybe just my speed or strength. But yes, as JJ says, this is the official demo that you out there in Sonic Tinseltown will be playing very soon. Now, do these rings, they look high def? These high definition rings? They look like they're rotating slower than the normal rings, so maybe that just makes them look more elegant. Oh my god, the nostalgia. I remember this spot from the Proto Ashura demo. Yeah, Kyo says, right now Ashura the Glitch has flimsy arms and can't push the oil ocean spring. And then I'm noticing maybe the color of my player character is a little more drained now. Alright, so I can whoa, launch base assets! Oh, I can't attack because I can't go into a ball. But yeah, I can feel the general layout from the original right here. You know, vaguely recognizing it. I knew how to jump at the right time over the arrow. Can't get up there. I'm descending down into the depths. This is great. Slow Sonic. It's gonna feel like such a payoff when I can go at well, supersonic speed.
Showtime!
Showtime. Is this Dark Amy? Alright. Can't jump on my sweetie. Oh, do I gotta get her to jump on the, spikes? Take that. I thought you had this all figured out, didn't you? Alright, so now part of this is just jumping over the spikes without taking a hit. Goodbye, cursed Amy. The glitch. Kyo certifies the Sonic CD jump sound. Always classic. JJ is hyped, as he should be. Look at this game. Full health recharge, I'll assume? It goes to 999, not just 99. Yeah, that was a cool little mini-boss, I gotta say. I don't know why that's so satisfying and awesome. That press down idea. Wow. A basic map? Do I get to look at it, man? Wow, look at this. Feast your eyes on this. Hot dog. Alright, I am there. Look at this. This is not even the only level in this demo. This is nuts. There's like more than this level. Look, I know I haven't gotten super far, and, you know, I would absolutely stream this more, you know, next Wednesday opener. Now I remember seeing snippets of this in the promotional materials. Insta curl acquired. Alright. And just like that, I got my midair curl back. But it's not enough to push a lone marble block. JJ says that the final game will have a real map. Why? What was the matter with that map? That seemed like a perfectly functional map domain. Look at that. Beautiful. Alright, so now that I have the midair curl, what can I do with the curl? Hey, why aren't I... Oh, wow, you have to activate it? I love that. That has potential. That's cool. I didn't realize that. So it's a little bit like what Sonic Triple Trouble has? A little. Not exactly the same, but that idea where you do have choice. Oh, I can just make that go up? Nice. Yeah, I wonder, can I roll on the ground? If I'm rolling in midair... Maybe not. Maybe that's only a midair deal. Alright, I'll leave that for now. Look at me moving with Sonic Labyrinth speeds. Love that chaotic sound effect. All enemies are in force, baby. Alright, I can advance. Oh, not yet. Okay, yeah, JJ is saying the final game will have, yeah, basically a Metroid type of map. You know, a HUD, like a Metroid game. That's cool. Alright, why don't I get some momentum? Whoa! Okay, so that despawns. Uh-oh. Do I even have the speed to get up here? Yes, but not there. Unless I can stand on this thing's head. Nah, man. Yeah, I probably don't have the equipment. Wow, are those badniks not moving in a straight line? They're angled paths? Dude, JJ does what Saga don't. And yes, Stanley reports that the Ring the Golden Bell channel mart thing is still there, which is fine. The existing protocol is that, you know, since only EB Boy has any channel point rewards on file, all that really means is that if anyone else rings the golden bell, they get absolutely nothing. Whoa! 500 points each, I like that. Nostalgic moving platform blocks. Vector tried to do the same thing that I did before. And I'm sure that JJ was watching along with giddy enjoyment, savoring this, very early first impressions, solve the puzzle of what the game is presenting to you visually. Wow, Eblo rang the golden bell. So Eblo's throwing 5,000 points into the trash. But you could have put that toward a song, of course. Hey, the bell was there to be rung. It's just people knew what they were getting into, including Eblo. Hi, what's up, EB Boy? Yeah, EB Boy's been summoned because I'm gonna try my best to dethrone EB Boy this weekend. Because EB Boy has handily won the last 2 kart racing sessions. Alright, I vaguely remember this area from the, what am I supposed to call it? Ashura 23? Whereas this... Oh, whoa! Trips arrows! This time we mean it. Oh, I thought I was gonna have to do my Warp-a-Dorp thing. But I lost that. Alright, is this gonna activate Green Springs? I remember this part. Yeah, EB Boy says that Keo was pulling ahead this week. It was close for a while there. And even up until the end. It was not just a total EB Boy, blowout. We got some ever-talented, skilled racers getting even better and better week by week. And I'm only now just starting to strategize more about doing drifts off of jumps. That's good advice. Whoa, there's buildings. Whoa, cool sound effects. That's awesome. The motorcycle from Mania. Barry is definitely getting, Underground Zone vibes. What the hell? Did I take damage or not? I wasn't looking at my damage. I just... The only thing I was conscious of is the fact that I didn't have any, damage animation. Dude, I love this. I know it sounds counterintuitive. Why would I be gushing about having such a slow, limiting speed? It's because the level design beautifully reflects that. And so what it's giving you is a new type of puzzle that you've never had to kind of think through ever before in a Sonic game. Just that in itself is a huge accomplishment. We're in the opening area, people! EB Boy says, this is looking better and better, JJ. Yeah, so this loop-de-loop may very well be, blocking me off. I probably can't get enough speed because of that ramp up. Yeah, Polar Wildcat says your instructor in graphic design class constantly kept saying, save early, save often. It's the responsible thing to do. Alright, is this just the beginning of the game? Might as well save, but... Ghost of Burb adds that it really does look great. Now, Barry says you don't know where to find a download of this. I talked to JJ, and I'm 90% sure that at the conclusion of this gameplay session, I think even before we start Sonic 2, that very link will be provided, and you guys can start exploring these mazes but wait until after my stream. I'm just kidding, man. Do your thing. Alright. So... Yeah, Stanley says it comes out for real on the 6th. So, yeah. Assuming you get that download link today, it's technically, you know, a very elite preview. Can I attack these? Yes, nice. Yeah, Barry was vibing with the oil ocean. Oh, you're constantly losing while you're underwater. I can't remember if I... Yeah, I've been here. So maybe I should go left. Amarian says... Finally free. 5 minutes. Coffee and sun. It's good living. I'll sip coffee to that. Wow, the Marble Garden grasshopper. He moves when I'm nearby. Grasshopper jumping for joy. Getting his morning constitutional calisthenics. Just like Mario in, what was it, Mario Party 8. No. You can't get up there. Don't have a spin dash. Eevee Boy extends the watch streak to 7. And what's up, Brian, over on YouTube? Have you ever played a Sonic Metroidvania style game? Oh, nice. Ghost Burb says, this might be the first time you can join us for kart this weekend. You have a mini vacation coming up, so you can stay up late. Very cool. I look forward to it. I will share all of my secrets for drifting, strategizing items, knowing when to use the rear camera. But hey, maybe you're already an expert on all those typical racing tropes, and you can teach me a thing or two. Yeah, Eevee Boy says, Ghost of Burb coming for the title. We shall see. Alright, can't go downstairs. 2 health. Ooh. Have I even been to that area yet? I'm gonna go back there. I think it was left. I went left and down. Ghost of Burb says, LOL, you stink at all the games you play, so you doubt it. You never know. You could find your niche. The amazing physics of the Doom engine. Anything is possible. Yeah, Keo wonders if Ghost of Burb is gonna main Flicky. That is an option. An in-house Burb character. Well, some of them are little Burbs they got in Sonic SRB2 kart. Otto, yeah, wonders. Yeah, so Sonic CD Unsung Masterpiece Reacts is gonna be right after the song request. Damn it. So that would be approximately, if I had to ballpark, guys. We're gonna play Sonic 2 for an hour. So if the song request is another 20 minutes, then you can ballpark that at 6:30 p.m. Ghost of Burb's elated. Otto, yeah, wonders if I'm gonna do a full react. I was thinking just the first 5 hours, but if you guys want to push into hour 6, I'll take a vote. Just kidding, man. And yes, I did do a quick sampling of it. Was it this past Saturday? And even that included commentary on, you know, Sonic 3. Marion says, wait, 5 hours, LOL. Yeah, that was a bit because the video we're talking about, if anyone doesn't know, is a robust 7 hours and 45 minutes. Now you could, damn it. Alright, I gotta really focus on this jump. You could say that it's a 7-hour video about Sonic CD, but it's about so many games at different points that it starts to make more sense the deeper you get. Ghost Burb says maybe you'd kick a res if it was a DDR competition. Otto, yeah, appreciated the parts that we're talking about, the similarities between Nights into Dreams. Yeah, I have not watched the Nights into Dreams segment, and I can't jump high enough to get there. I like how there's 2 yellow doors. Polar Wildcat wonders when to expect a music theory video on Caretaker's Everything at the End of Time. Is that your stage name, Caretaker? I'm just kidding. Where should I go? Have I even been here? To these, are those Metroid Zero mission pipes? Maybe the same pipes were in... Yeah, I've been here, haven't I? Stanley Chronicles the current number of views on that 8-hour souffle. Now, is this... Do I have to get modest speed? Huh, it won't let me jump while going uphill? Well, it did that time. JJ says, Nintendo MCA coming. Yeah, why? Is Caretaker's music part of Famicom Detective Club? Oh, this was where I died before. Get me out of here. Why won't he jump sometimes? Yeah, this was just where I hit the button of love. There's nowhere else to go here. Oh, okay, JJ was joking about, yeah, because this has the Zero Mission pipes. Furukawa could be knocking on the door any second now. I don't think there's any quicker way to get up there, so screw it. Oh, get some momentum, man. Oh, not even momentum can do it. Almarian says 8%. What, are you 8% of the way through the Sonic CD video? An unsung masterpiece? Alright, why don't I go a different way? See, I got here from there. So I'm gonna go more... Actually, because we only have like 10 minutes left, why don't I ask for just a very vague hint just about whether I should go right or left? Even if I don't make any more progress, at least I'm going in the general right direction, you know? Alright, yeah, and you know, yeah, Barry talks about the map. I really should be, you know, paying attention to the map more. I took away all your powers, Ashura. Wow. Polar Wildcat says that was a 6-part album that's meant to haunt people, giving an oral perspective on losing memory, like having Alzheimer's. That's quite the project. Now, Good Maki says, hey, there's something wrong with your game. And what do you think is wrong? I think I know what you're getting at. But fleshing out that thought will help us move closer to figuring out what is it that you're even looking at right now. Alright, I already came over here, can't get up there, lack the speed, but I see that place to the down and left. And then this, I think I went there and there was nothing. I don't think, and I can't push the blocks. Okay, JJ says I died there. Alright, so I'll give it another shot. I didn't make it through. Alright. Probably can't push that. And I don't have the warp, I don't think. Rusty ruins. Oh yeah, I gotta time it. See, it's tough because, you know, you need enough momentum to get across, but is it not gonna come up unless I'm standing at the edge? Yeah, so how am I supposed to... Like that. Ah! You gotta get to the other side and then freeze. Oh, okay, that was the open surge jump glitch. I'm not taking responsibility for that one. Open surge has a jump glitch. I remember that. From Ashura 23. Elmarian certifies the death. JJ says, you cut so many bosses to help the pacing of the difficulty. Oh, okay, alright. JJ says it's not a glitch, even though this is Ashura the glitch. There's a reason I'm not jumping sometimes. Now, I just noticed that when I did that insta-shield on the spikes, I didn't take damage. Watch. Alright, it didn't work, man. Screw it. Will this replenish? This has time cost. What was I doing wrong? Alright. Alright, curling too late certifies Ashura developer JJ. I love the different colors of the rings. It's just a simple thing, but I wonder if the color of ring determines, you know, how many hit points it's gonna give you. Stanley certifies this level is huge, JJ. Huge. Alright, that's a dead end, I'm pretty sure, up there that I kept going to. I don't know if I came down here. What's this? Oh! At least I can see something promising. What could that be? Do I need the steel boots? Crap. Alright, and I can't even roll into a ball, so it's not down here. Hey, what's up, Sparky? Sparky says the music in this is so excellent throughout. I quite look forward to hearing more music. Sparky says the angel never gets old. It's become one of the iconic Ashura things. Okay, JJ says, what was that to the left? Sparky spoils an upcoming Planet Wisp arrangement. Nice. Wacko Dude scoops up today's song request. No more soundtrack spoilers. That was the last one just now. What was that thing to the left that JJ hinted? Yeah, Wacko Dude. You can send me a whisper on Twitch, and if you can't send a whisper, just comment on a YouTube video. Hey, what's going on, Third Bruno? JJ says you've never seen that kind of item box before. I don't have any other moves, do I? Yeah, now Good Maki wonders if the music theory course that's on my Patreon rewards. Yes, that is something, you're asking, did I make that myself? And yes, I did. It's a 14-week, each video is about an hour, so it's kind of structured, as a 14-week thing. And yeah, I'm very proud of that 14 video week course, and I highly recommend anyone check it out if you're at all interested. Sparky wondered if I watched the Sage showcase. Well, the only thing I saw was the kind of promotional montage. And I noticed that JJ's game, this, Ashura the Glitch, was only shown for a brief second. So I didn't know whether that was odd or not. JJ has since told me that he's not pleased with that. And I gotta wonder what's going on. Is it just a political thing that they're, the people that run Sage are just, showing extended previews of their pals' games, but everyone else is just a quick, fleeting glimpse? Nice. Barry is gonna check out my music theory course in time. And yeah, Good Maki is interested too, and has been wanting to learn theory for a good time. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. My music theory course is definitely, conducive to the absolute start of your music theory, journey. I make it a point to make it, approachable for everyone as their step one. Alright, JJ can't complain too much. You got good pals in the community, but so many other devs too, man. Including in JJ's own Open Surge community. Yeah, 2 seconds each. And then Third Bruno says, you struggled searching for things on Patreon, but you'll have to try on PC. And hello there, Sonic the Hedgehog CD6. Good game. Have you watched Sparky's video? Yeah, but sorry, what were you looking for, Third Bruno? Alright, I already came here. Clearly JJ was hinting, and it is 5 p.m., so we're gonna get started very soon. But is there some gimmick with these bridges I'm supposed to figure out? Alright, I'm gonna take one last look to the left. This is my final thing. JJ was like, what's that thing to the left? Yeah, JJ says, streamer brain makes you forget the place where you died. Did I? No, I figured out. So I guess... let me just try to keep going to the right, and then... okay, yeah, so Third Bruno is talking about my own compositions. Yeah. So those... yeah, I never, literally put them on Patreon or Discord, but yeah, I will, I should, I'll definitely post that on the Discord for patrons. And I'll have it, yeah, I've only shared one composition of mine, and I almost considered putting one in the background of my recent video about original compositions, then didn't. But it wasn't the one that I showed the desert music during a patron stream, maybe a year ago. I love the bang bang sound effect. Okay, this was probably where I died, but maybe not. Alright, yeah, Wackadude, I'll peek at your message and see if I have what I need. Sparky explained the concept of this game to your brother, and Sparky's brother thought it sounded awesome. Good Maki wonders, is that JJ from JJ Squawkers? Yeah, and JJ had said, this proves without a shadow of the doubt that the real map is necessary, as well as Eggman hints. Yeah, I really should be referencing the map more often. This is just the beginning. Alright, but hey, this was a blast, and this is barely scratching the surface of what's going on in this game. So believe me, we will have plenty of opportunities to revisit. Off the top of my head, I would totally play more of this, next week, same time, same bat channel. The opener on the Wednesday drive. JJ says, thank you, Alex. Now say the line. Alright, I gotta double check to make sure I don't butcher the line. But yeah, get hyped for Sage, everybody. This is the great appetizer to get you started. Alright, everybody. I am beyond honored to share with you the news that Ashura the Glitch, this game that I've been playing here, is available to play on Game Jolt. I take it right now. As soon as if I understand, yeah, JJ's got the link. There it is, peeps. You were here for history. This is the first time, I think, that Ashura, has been opened up for everyone to grab and give it a whirl. So, JJ, we have barely scratched the surface of this here game, but what a great time this was. And, I think that the stuff that I struggled with, to an extent, is exactly what this experience is supposed to be like. It's that magical first time, playing Sonic CD, you're not sure where to go. I savor. I think a lot of people think of these first playthroughs as like a chore. But I enjoy, the exploratory phase of Sonic CD and the familiarity, linearity, and it's the same for this. I will one day wish that I could go back in time to play Ashura the Glitch for the first time ever again, and here I am. I got my own time machine. I'm able to savor it right now. So, let me send you guys to hang out in the waiting zone for a couple minutes while I set up today's very hype Sonic 2 Race for All the Emeralds. I believe we ultimately decided the Origins version of the game. So, go grab your pretzel. And yeah, Sparky was wondering how much of this game is in the download. Yeah, now Vector says it's a demo, but not all demos are created equal. This demo, quote-unquote, has, I think, 3 full levels, right? And I barely made any progress in the first level. Yeah, Tep confirms this was a blast. Impressive work, JJ, and I agree. Have a good evening, everyone. Okay, and then I skipped over. The last thing I'll relay was JJ saying You guys, me, us, anyone who downloads it today, we are the playtesters. This is the point of Sage. Everyone wants to improve their games, and this event is essentially an early alpha event. There it is, peeps. You were here to witness history. So, let me send you over to the Cool Kids Zone, and soon I'll be running on the glorious Sonic 2 half-pipes with many frames per second. More frames per second that was on an original hardware in 1992. Yeah. Technically, Stanley says... Ignore this countdown. Stanley says there are 4 levels, but one is empty, so there's that. Whoa, Sparky says, quite big news. Team Forever is teasing their own version of CD. Look out, Sonic CD Miracle Edition. Look out, any other irrelevant modded versions of Sonic CD. Sparky describes it basically as Sonic CD Forever. Sparky is quite curious what they're going to add. Yeah, I hope they don't make a ton of alterations to the default soundtrack. Hey, the environment changed. It's Botanic Base, which we do have a racetrack for in Sonic Rubber Blast 2 kart, and it's the bomb. This blue gradient on the schedule looks real nice here at Botanical Base. Botanical. Kyo is not a fan of the Botanic Base racetrack in kart. Yeah, I mean, off the top of my head, I can't even remember, the quality of, like, the actual, the way that the track is laid out and the things you have to consider. I guess it's just Knuckles Chaotix Pander that wins it for me. Yeah, Kyo says that yellow button. Can't remember the yellow button at Botanic Base. EB Boy says, how? It's the one that starts with 2 paths. Is there a branching path right off the bat? I can't picture that. But I believe you. Kyo says, I'll certainly remember the button this Friday. I believe you. Yeah. EB Boy says, you circle around to hit the big button to open the door. Lower path that springs you up. Okay, that I do remember. Yeah, there's that little crevice you fall into, and then there's springs that... Yeah, if I'm thinking of the right track. Sonic 2 race, almost worth the tux. That's correct, Elmarion. My tux is in the shop, otherwise I totally would have won it today. Alright, let's try borderless full screen. Yeah, EB Boy says the colors get you, but you, much like me, you wish that there were more Chaotix tracks. Alright, I was gonna switch to the Origins title screen while I take this one last minute, but since it's JJ's jam, well, let's just let the vibe continue for a moment. I mean, just look how much Eevee Boy's vibing with it. It's a great song. Eevee Boy's gonna spend $150 to get a copy of Symphony of the Night. Here I am. Wacko Dude has the following idea for a Sonic 3 Air mod. Every sound effect is replaced by an Alex Yard sound-alike. Whenever you get a shield, a mellow mode sound effect plays. And the music is all my music theory videos. That sounds like quite the art project. Keo spotted a PAL copy of Symphony of the Night at a secondhand store. It was expensive, but you did nonetheless spend a lot of time looking at it. Alright, all I need to do is bring up JJ's feed. Yeah, I'm stoked for this. I played a little bit of the special stages in Origins over the past couple nights, so I'm not totally... I would not say I have these levels down pat. Not even close, really. But enough that I'm not just going to be crazy stumbling. Alright, let's get JJ's widescreen feed. Beautiful. Put that down here. Okay, so let's just be crystal clear about the premise of today's competition. So the time... right, this is our chance to tweak the formula, JJ, if necessary. But let me know if you have any objections. Here's my understanding of today's competition. Start the game. We're going to run the clock for an hour. Whoever has more emeralds at the end of that hour wins. And also, if you get 7 emeralds, you win at that moment. You cannot retry special stages. Like, this game has the coin system. You can retry as many times as you'd like, but you can't retry. So if you fail a special stage, then that was your admission ticket. You want to try again, you got to find an admission ticket somewhere else, which just means getting another 50 rings. So I have really zero route plotting, planned out. I'm just going to be on an organic adventure. Okay. Who will get more emeralds? Okay, Alex or JJ? But again, you win as soon as you get the 7th emerald. So, I'm going to put 30 robust minutes on the clock. Get more emeralds. Alright, so betting is open for the next half hour, starting now. Organic adventure sums up Sonic design well. It sure does. So let me queue up the game. I see JJ's at the ready at the Sonic Mania sound effect character select bit. So let's open up anniversary mode. Oh, and of course, wow, I see already upwards of 4,000 points. Bet on JJ the Hedgehog? That's a hot property. Alright. I'm almost at the final moment where I'll be ready to race. Just gotta change it. Sonic the Hedgehog 2. 50,000 followers, that's it? Whatever. Alright. We'll cover this so that my computer has to do less drawing. Alright, baby. Sonic 2. Playing as Sonic alone. One player. Alright, so let me get the timer ready. I just have to click it on. And then I'll just do the classical chat-based 3, 2, 1 falafel. Alright. Here we go, JJ. Speak now or forever hold your emeralds. I'm going to type 3, 2, 1, go in chat. As is tradition, go is when you hit the button to play as Sonic. 3, 2, 1. Go. Oops. Oh, what the... Oh, you have to press start. No, I don't want this crap. Why? Start new game. Alright, I'll start the clock. Alright, thank you. JJ's just pausing for a brief moment so I can kind of catch up. Alright, the clock has started. So, here we go. Get rings fast. And I guess no shields, same as always. Ghost Burb has the good luck, but I don't know what the other letters stand for. Oh, have fun. Hell yeah, luck and fun, baby. Going into nooks, finding new crannies. Every ring counts these days. Have fun, confirms Ghost Burb, is what it was. So yeah, I guess I'll go to this upper route first. And then maybe backtrack and try to get what's available downstairs. Hold the button, get a nice little bump. Speed shoes are okay. I won't get shields, though. Oh, I shouldn't have got those rings. Alright, baby. Already 1,000 points. Bet on me. So think about that. Yeah, JJ, based on his own self-reporting, knows a decent... Right? He's not coming into this competition, totally out of practice. One gets the sense that he has plenty of experience with these levels throughout the years. It's a simple thing, but I love the way that, if you do really, really good in the first chapter of a special stage, the benefits keep accruing because you keep all those rings. It's like now you have a little bit of an advantage going into the next phase. And then with these, I've been... Ooh, that was pretty bad. But this is only the first level, so... Now, Stanley wonders which is better, Sonic Forever or Sonic Origins? I would... That could differ person to person. I don't know how I would gauge that objectively. But given the quirks of Christian Whitehead's code or whatever, I would probably always choose Sonic 1 Forever. It's just... Wait, but no, Sonic 1 Forever is based on Christian Whitehead's version, so never mind about that. Yeah, so given that they're based on the same code, I wonder who would, do that. Yeah. Alright, so Eblo is asking, what's the win condition? Whoever gets all 7 first? Yes. And if no one gets 7, then it's just whoever has more when the clock hits 1 hour. Wait, the rings respawn? Is that a problem? The rings respawn. Hold the phone. Is this a... Oh, and you keep your rings. This is all messed up. Ooh, you know, I'm fine with just going with the flow, but this is totally different than, you know, the structure that I assume. Thank you so much, Sonic Origins, for these arbitrary changes. What would we do without you? Okay, so yeah, Eevee Boy says it might be a half an hour. Yeah, because especially if our rings are not resetting. You know, if I were to ask any of you, if I were to ask you, do you think that the original game, the way it removes your rings, do you think that's, you know, an oversight? Or do you think that was intended so that you can't just, you know, I guess spam the special stages? It makes it so that, yeah, you have to earn your entry fee. Okay, yeah. Sorry. JJ says that's why you suggested Sega Ages. So, yeah, I'm sorry that I kind of somehow didn't pick up on that. Almost lost all my rings. Come on, where's another signpost, dog? Does this first level not have that many? There's gotta at least be one at the boss at the end. Yeah, this is redundant platforming. You'd think this is my first time playing Ashura the Glitch. This is Sonic 2. Came out on Sonic Tuesday, I think. Oh, okay, interesting. JJ says the ring keep is actually a carryover of the easy mode from Knuckles and Sonic 2. Interesting. Can I get up there, man? I don't think so. No, that's just gonna send me back somewhere dangerous. Alright. SS2. Yeah, Good Maki says there's enough checkpoints even in the first act. Yeah, I mean, especially if the rings are not resetting. Okay, interesting. Sparky suspects that the ring-losing mechanism was a holdover from Sonic 1's code. But how does Sonic 1 affect this? Because Sonic 1, you know, there's not really a time where you would go into a special stage and come out with your rings reset. Because you only ever go to special stages at the end of a level. Damn it, those stupid-ass bombs. You know, there's a lot of moments where there's not a lot of reasonable reaction time. Vector says, this is built on the retro engine. Surely it's capable of remembering rings collected. I guess my... Okay, I gotta hit B. I guess my point with all this is that draining your rings feels deliberate because if not for draining your rings, you could very easily get all the emeralds in the first act. It is so easy to imagine the development team being like, well, the way we have it set up, people are going to easily get all the emeralds in the first level. That seems like, right, if I was developing Sonic 1 and it was my job, I would absolutely drain the rings for that reason. Well, so Eblo says, but it's called Emerald Hill, clearly intentional. But I think that the name Emerald Hill and the idea that you can get a lot of emeralds, right, that still applies. Is there a signpost or not? Don't lock me over here. That would apply whether your rings get reset or not. I think the way that OG Sonic 2 works still very much carries that cool connotation where it's like, yeah, even with the ring reset, you can get most, maybe all of the emeralds you need in just Emerald Hill. But the point is you have to earn them. Doing it like this kind of makes it more of, I don't know, it's kind of a... let me put it this way. You are using the same admission ticket 7 times. That's my point. You are getting an admission ticket is an admission ticket should get you admit 1, not admit 7. You should not be able to use the same rings to continue entering special stages. And the way it's done in OG Sonic 2, yeah, it strikes me as an ideal way. Now you have to think about the order of where you're going here and there. Yeah, Eblo says not to flex, but you can have all the emeralds at the very start of Sonic 3 when you're playing as Sonic. Sparky says, OG Sonic 2 is essentially a very modded Sonic 1, which is really cool. And is it safe to say Sonic CD is a heavily modded Sonic? God damn it. Sparky says, keeping every ring is a little cracked. Yeah, Sparky says losing the rings feels like a punishment for playing well. Well, it's not... Yeah. Right, so, long story short, what Subsonic said, I do think that would be a perfect compromise. It would just mean that when you go into a special stage, it costs 50 rings. Yeah, that's... It's baffling and disappointing to me that they would make it so that you keep your rings, and they think that's actually fixing the game. I'm not at the driver's wheel. Wow, JJ says that he's realizing that they added more special rings. Sorry, they added more rings to that special stage because he was training on OG hardware the other day, and there was less rings. I am not getting the job done. Elmarian says, how about all the rings in the stage and monitors? Does it still reset? Yeah, I think even the monitors respawn. Now I'm wondering, well, probably, I'm 90% sure that in the original game, yeah, when you come back out of a special stage, that doesn't replace the monitors. Yeah, Sparky says, think of Mystic Cave Act 2. There's literally no rings after the boss's checkpoint. Yeah, so now you're having if you go to a special stage, now you gotta face the boss with no rings. Yeah, I guess that problem is too many bombs, you can't... I hate this. Give me the jewel. Sorry to hear about the internet connection issue. Yeah, JJ's frozen. We'll see if he pops back. Should I pause my gameplay, or are you continuing to play offline? I guess I could technically... Should technically. Just find more places to go. Wackadude found that damn second Chaos Emerald. Alright, JJ looks to be back in action. But yeah, I guess that Mystic Cave example, yeah. That is the result of the unique problem of, yeah, taking Sonic 1's 50 ring admission fee concept, but instead putting it at the end of the level, you put it in the middle at various points, right? Not only are they various points, at least with Sonic 3, the way that you get into a special stage is like, it's in a hidden little chamber that is dedicated for the express purpose of, okay, here's the hidden special stage entrance. Whereas in Sonic 2, the way you get... The way you get to a special stage... Is there a monitor thing up there? In Sonic 2, the way you get to a special stage is using an object that is not only for special stage entry. It doubles as, you know, the entire game's general checkpoint system, you know? Elmarian knows it's controversial, but you love these special stages. You need to develop a sixth Spidey sense with bombs and practice. Retro game style, you're mixing guessing and skill. You know, it... Oh, I already got this one? When I think about, you know, in my 25% video... In my 25% video, I do use the example of Marble Garden, right? I'm like, yeah, eventually you develop a spider sense, and now you can kind of sense that thing is coming. I guess the difference is that Marble Garden example is very low stakes. If you get caught off guard by that grasshopper, what's the cost? Well, you just continue on with the adventure. And you're going to have a lot less rings in that one act, right? In the binary verdict, you lost that act for the day. But in Sonic 2's special stages, right, it's not just one cheap trick. It's a whole string of them. Lots of sharp turns. You know, is there a value to playing the game so many times, right? You're playing on original hardware with no save states. That to me is just kind of a cheap way to extend, right? I always emphasize that video games are about reaction. And if you pause buffer, you are totally steamrolling that very important engine of what a video game is. It's reacting. Just like any sport is a matter of reactions and quick, fundamental reprocessing the scenario. Whereas with Sonic 2 special stages, it's like, oh, okay, you have to memorize these levels' grammar. You have to know that in this or that special stage that, Oh, once you see this devious turn, you know that there's going to be bombs on the left, like that. I don't support that. That's arbitrary memorization. And I guess, again, I know that sort of contradicts what I maybe said in the past about the Marble Garden spider sense. But the punishment is a lot more proportional, right? You crash into one bomb, you're mostly doomed. You can still win, but wow. Unless you've really mastered them, you're in trouble. Sparky says LS Mark is adding you, but I can't see the emote, so I don't know if it's good or bad. Sparky, thanks. 1 and CD nailed it. Giant rings are a reward for nailing the entire stage, yes, without harming mid-level pacing. Right? One of my eternal grievances in the Sonic community and Sonic content, there's no signpost here, is, yeah, you open up a Let's Play of Sonic 2, and it takes a half an hour to get through Emerald Hill Zone, right? Not only does it take a half an hour to get through Emerald Hill, but you're sitting down looking for some great Sonic action, and what you are getting a disproportionate amount of is spin-off gameplay, not Sonic gameplay. It's, you know, it's not the core game. Elmarian wonders if it has to do with the way that Supersonic was intended on this game. You have to master something 99% won't bother. Supersonic is the prize. And now the game is risk-free without him. Yeah, I guess just Sonic 2, right? Sonic 2 is definitely the outlier where, right? In every other Sonic game special stage, your fate is in your hands. You can look at a situation and meaningfully react to it without needing to, like, you know, create that mental imagery in your head. Like, oh yeah, it's arbitrary. Arbitrary would be the perfect word to describe that. It's arbitrary level design. There's no meaningful pattern that you can interpret. Each special stage has its own conventions, right? I think factually you can say that the reaction times of Sonic 2 are disproportionately small. And you could take any Sonic game special stages and you could make them a lot harder, as hard as they are in Sonic 2, just by altering the reaction time. But I can't attribute that to quality design. Yeah, I had a guy smugly smile and laugh at me, saying that, oh no, but Alex, you play these Sonic 2 special stages, and because they take so many tries and you have to memorize it, right? That means you get more replayability out of it. Oh my good God, I am not even going to touch that. Not today. To say that Sonic 2's level special stage setup is actually a positive that increases the replay value, I'm not even going to touch that today. Alright, JJ won. Very well deserved. Why is JJ on the title screen? Is JJ going to get all the emeralds in Sonic 2 Sega Ages before I get 3 in Origins? Alright, I'll end submissions, because, yeah, JJ took the prize. And hello, Denizen of Light. I don't know if you just popped in, said something about Metroidvania. Yeah, why don't I just pay out the wager? So, Eblo picked up the big victory today. And granted, the pot wasn't super big, but Eblo scooped up the biggest piece of the pie. Alright, let's pay it out. Make sure I click on JJ. Complete prediction. Boom. Yeah. Sparky says, play the 90% you already did to memorize the 10% that tripped you up. Yeah, exactly. Am I going backwards now? GG commends the third Bruno, and very well deserved. Bravo, JJ. Sparky doesn't hate them, though. Lots of good memories playing them in versus mode as a kid. Yeah, what is with this stupid-ass game? That he won't even drop his goop? Yeah. I think that the premise, right, the pitch of those special stages is amazing. The idea of running through a half pipe and moving up and being able to loop around 360 on the top, that's amazing. The Sonic 2 special stages could have been totally amazing. It's not the design idea it's the reaction time. That's the one thing, yeah. But that core idea is amazing. Amazing. I'm surprised that we haven't seen more versions of it. Javid says even notoriously difficult sections of games like Battletoads didn't blind the area you're operating. Wow. Like the Sonic 2 specials. Yeah, so you guys know how infamous Battletoads is, right? And so if Battletoads is more fair to the player, I don't know. I've never played far into Battletoads, but it's just a running joke about how brutal and trial and error Battletoads can be. But even with that, Javid's saying that there is at least some meaningful reaction time. Sparky says, Sonic Team really redeemed themselves with 3D Blast Saturn, though. Those are incredible. Yeah, I've never played them myself, and I would like to in my life. Interesting. EB Boy, no. Yes, EB Boy said, Sonic Rush is, of course, the half-pipe done right. Yeah, Wackadude saw a little bit of those Sonic Rush special stages, and they look like a logical sequel to Sonic 2's. No spring here? Where's the gameplay? Oh wow, does this? This has that same dog collar sound effect as Ashura the Glitch. Whenever you do a drop dash, the final little noise it makes sounds like the dog collar of the person who lives downstairs below my place. Sparky says that probably the 3D Blast special stages on Saturn are not only fun, but they actually use Sonic's physics and inertia in a brilliant way. You mean like Ashura the Glitch? Ashura the Glitch uses Sonic's physics meaningfully in ways that Sega and Sonic Team should have been doing all along. Interesting. EB Boy mentions that using the stylus makes the control of them special stages a whole lot easier. And JJ points out that the Sega Ages version that he's now playing has controller vibration. No rings. Not enough anyway. I'm breathing every damn bubble this time. Hey, how did that bubble get past me? Oh, it doesn't become drinkable, sippable, breathable until it gets a little bit above your head. I didn't realize. No insta shield, I don't think. Sonic 2. No rings, total bust. Sparky says the Sega Ages Switch lineup was totally spearheaded by Reiko Kodama, the last thing she did for Sega before she passed away. Rest in peace, Reiko. Alright, I am so gonna get to a special stage. As a matter of pride and determination and stick-with-itness. Da-da. I don't know how Sega Ages skirted past my attention for as long as it did. It doesn't have Sonic 3, right? Is that the big sticking point? Da 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 da. I missed this. No, didn't. Not just totally collapsing, guys. No gameplay acumen required. Or available, I should say. Ooh, the fast hammer. That's one of my favorite parts of Sonic Origins. I hate it so much. Does Sega Ages... is that based on this? Where's my mind? Interesting. Wackadude wonders if Reiko Kodama is the person they honored at the end of the Sonic Colors Ultimate and Sonic Symphony. Wait, there was a composer shout-out? Or, sorry, a developer shout-out in Sonic Colors Ultimate? Stanley wonders if Sega Ages is the same as Sonic Origins. That's kind of what my question was. I actually don't know if Sega Ages is based on Christian Whitehead's falafel. Alright, this is the casino level where there's not a lot of danger. I should at least get to a damn half-pipe. Alright, JJ confirms that Sega Ages is just the original ROM. So yeah, based on that, it sounds like it is technically, essentially just emulation. So are there no material changes? Sparky says Sega Ages is all M2. Sonic games are just the originals with tweaks. Alright, so they did ROM hack it a little. But the others are ground-up remasters, yeah, coded by the sometimes efficient mind of Christian Whitehead. Okay, Wackadude says Sega Ages also has extra features, including the drop dash. Alright, so that's significant. That's cool. That's cool that they put that retroactively into a ROM. Wow. So yeah, this is not your grandmother's copy and pasted ROM. I love getting up on top of these things using those bouncers. Now where's my next star post? Sparky touts the benefits of M2, saying they are wizards and Sega games are their specialty. Did I just go past a post, as Keo says? Can you tell that my mind is elsewhere? Oh my god, get your act together, Alex. And those things stop glistening once you leave. Yep, totally went past it. JJ's winning. AM2, is that Amusement Visions 2? Is that in JJ's neighborhood? Do. Where's the next post? Hey, at least I'll get to fight the boss. Watch me do a rare, perfect play of the Act 2 boss. Evie Boy says, Sega AM2 is the development studio they're talking about. Yeah, so that's got to be Amusement Visions. Oh, you know what? I was getting mixed up with Creative Assembly. That's it. That's a UK studio under Sega. No, I was mixed. Amusement Visions was is that Monkey Ball and Yakuza? At least I got 3 coins. Better start spending them. I'm gonna run out of coin slots in my adult wallet. What is it called in Ocarina of Time? Giant wallet? Do. Vector Sater says, Monkey Ball, yes, but you don't know about Yakuza. Yeah, maybe it's not the same development team, but is it the same creative visionary? The guy who kind of was the father of Monkey Ball, instead, past a certain point, decided to spend his career on Yakuza games. JJ wonders, oh my god, 49 rings? JJ wonders if he has as many emeralds in Sega Ages as I here have in Origins. Evie Boy's crying the blues. Okay, Sparky says M2 is a different studio that specializes in ports, mostly of classic games, such as the Sega Ages lineup. You know what's one of my goals and resolutions for 2025? Which, by the way, we're kind of... You know how, like, the year 2000 hype was like a big deal, epic, oh my god, year 2000, it's the end of an era, the 90s, 1900s, or the 1000s, the entire millennium, right? But what you guys got to understand is, pretty soon, we're going to get to New Year's 2025. That's, halfway through the decade. How many movies and songs have name-dropped 2025? I mean, I can think of White Stripes' song, This Feeling's Still Gonna Linger On Until the Year 2525. Now, alright, 95 rings. Micro redemption, question mark? But yeah, pretty much this Fall Guys is like, a finale. We're almost done with this half of the decade. This 2024 is our 1999. So we're gonna party like it's 2024. It's Sega Ages. Keo says, so you can say we have only experienced 25% of the 21st century. That'll be my New Year's video. The instant the clock strikes midnight, I drop a 9-hour deep dive You have only experienced 25% of the 21st century. Here's a preview for what's in store. Once you come to terms with the idea that AI is an inevitability and not some horrible, perverted disaster, then you will start to understand what the 21st century is. So if you're still anxious about the onset of AI's participation in art, I would ask that you extend that same courtesy to all the beeper companies that went out of business when cell phones hit it big. Keo says, I'd watch that actually. Maybe not on the spot on the 31st, but you would. Alright. 9-hour deep dive coming your way. Now, Denizen of Light says, is there anywhere where music theory video suggestions can be submitted? Yeah, it might sound obvious to say, but you can put it in a comment on a YouTube video. I would say that, if someone leaves a comment about the game that they would most like to see, well, 9 times out of 10, it's a thing that's so niche that I could not possibly fathom making a video about it because it would underperform. See you later, Javid. So I would just say that, to anyone, because I will say that that's not to say that I don't care about requests. I absolutely find it very interesting to know what people are interested in. Oh boy. Sparky wonders if Origins maintains the roll lock. I guess I'm not well enough versed in the specifics of baseline Sonic 2's roll lock. Let me try. No, I guess I can... Yeah, I can maneuver back to the left. Yeah, so what I was going to say to Denizen of Light, should you request something that's really the thing that you want to see? Yes. But I would also say that you can similarly make a second suggestion that factors in marketability. You say, hey, Alex, this game or this series music is super popular and, the 10th anniversary is coming up. If you can... I would be more likely to entertain those ideas if they take that pragmatic approach. Now, it could be that the thing that's a pragmatic suggestion is also something that you really like. Okay, yeah. Sparky says, oh good, that was miserable at launch with the drop dash. Yeah, So, wow, people would do a drop dash, and then they would be rolling along, and then they're ready to jump. They jump, and they're just, carried by physics, with no midair maneuverability. Alright, Wackadude says JJ got about 13 emeralds. Alright, so he's almost gonna get the 7th one. In the second version of the game in these past 45 minutes. Alright, Ghost Burb, have yourself a great R&R. See you next time. And I'm hyped up for SRB2 cart. Oh god. Da, da, da. Interesting. Denizen of Light is leaning towards earlier treasure games. Stuff like Gunstar Heroes. A lot of their earlier works were composed by the same person. And it has kind of a unique musical style. Do you happen to know, Denizen of Light, if that same composer worked on McDonald's Treasureland Adventure, because it sounds goofy to say, but that soundtrack is so amazing. McDonald's Treasureland Adventure, like that's, right? That's a composer's composer. McDonald Land. Alright, is there enough rings for me to collect and come back up here? This isn't Sonic CD, Alex. You can't just do simple backtracking. There's hazards. Yeah, I remember talking to a guy who was criticized, right? Get this. Maybe I said this on the air. But he criticized Sonic CD's level design because he said, well, you can just go backwards at any time, right? You're able to go left or right, and by and large, across the board, you can always go left or right, regardless of where you are. There's no, doors or locks that are gonna let you through but not back. So this person asserted that, well, Sonic CD, you look at the level design, they didn't have the confidence, to commit to a level design. So that, at any time, if you miss something, you can just backtrack to where you were. This person thought that was a flaw, and that the game would have been more confident in its appearance if you actually did face consequences for missing a jump or whatever else. JJ's vibing with that there CRT filter, though. Wackadude says to explain how good CD's level design, as he made a 7-hour video. Yeah, Wackadude says maybe Sparky needs a chat with that guy. Did it. Alright. I'm gonna do everything in my power to keep my rings. Want to at least get to one more SS. JJ says they really made them easier in Origins. Like, here I am in Special Stage 5, reliving your trauma from Sunday night. And now you have Tails, too. Yeah, look, JJ's got Tails tagging along. Sparky says the discourse on Sonic Retro is fascinating. They're cracking open your points in an almost academic way. Yeah, are there any specific points that they found to be hot takes that's giving them a lot of food for thought or something? I'm trying to think. What I've heard of your video so far, what would be the most, discussion-worthy things for people to academically deconstruct? Just barely got those last 3 rings. Sparky says they thought you didn't give Sonic 2 enough credit. I mean, you criticized the screws in Metropolis, right? Bombs on the ground in the middle. Oh, missed a whole batch of rings. See, like that, what I just did, that's at least a clue. See, that's a meaningful clue. The idea that the opposite wall has a line. So that's a great telegraph, in my opinion. Say, like, alright, now it's time to jump to the other side. But I just feel like those visual clues are definitely not always gonna be part of the special stage. Oh boy. Two left. Sparky says some of the CD guys really had your back. I'm sure Mathaz Nakut's mat has no cuts. Kyo says, you think the only classic Sonic where you like the bonus stages is CD. Look, that's always been my instant first choice. CD, special stages. And I would probably put Mania at number 2. Is it a coincidence that it uses a similar idea of physics and gameplay, and it happens to also end up near the top? I'm not saying that's the only ideal way to do it, it's just so far it happens to be the best by a long shot for me. JJ says Sonic 2 is a roller coaster ride with many oversights. Sparky still deeply loves Sonic 2, though. You can only criticize it because you know it so well. Interesting. Kyo says, Mania has bottomless pits where your run instantly dies. You don't think that's good. I personally do like that. I think that's part of the... I've never been one to criticize Sega game design philosophy where there are different severity of mistakes that you can make. With that, yeah, I like the idea that, yeah, there's certain bombs that you have to avoid that, you know, if you hit them, what happens? You lose 10 rings per bomb? But then there's areas where it's just like, nope, you go here, then it's donezo. You know, thinking about how Nights into Dreams has some of that all or nothing, not quite the same, but the idea that if you don't make it back to the gazebo in time, you're just, that's a fatal error. You're doomed, points-wise. Sparky says Hilltop is honestly genius design-wise. Wow. Sparky says there's different gradations of punishment that inform your play. Hitting spikes is manageable, but the pit must be avoided. Yeah, and I mean, even Sonic games with their basic ring system, that's... As I say in my commentary elsewhere, taking a hit is a catastrophic error. There is never any excuse in a game like Sonic 3 that you took a hit. That's always within your control, so if you take a hit, it's due to flying too close to the sun. You know, going for a speed bonus or whatever. Well, we're almost... No, we have reached, what, the 51-minute mark? So does JJ have one more emerald to get still? Vector says the roll lock serves an important purpose, but you usually don't miss it when it's not active. Yeah, I can't remember which games had it in the OG. Did Sonic 2 not have it until Origins? JJ got a game over. You died. I would be more than okay with just getting going with the song request. Go and read a book. Right, redemption. Last chance. Sparky's World is hyped as hell for Sonic CD Forever, as that team knows the Sonic games so well. Yup. They're so thoughtful that they even, they took the message from Sonic 2 Special Edition. Because in Sonic 2 Special Edition, when you're up in Sky Chase, you hit these enemies and the Flicky or animal just falls out and tumbles down to the ground. So, Sonic 2 Special Edition gives a voice to the voiceless. Those poor animal Flickies, if they're even Flickies, the animals contained within the robots, flying down to the Earth's surface, and with that much, speed and entering the Earth's atmosphere, of course you're going to catch on fire before you even hit the Earth's surface. So, Sonic 2 Absolute did the right thing. Gave them parachutes. Yes, as Sparky says, they're turtles, which is probably the worst possible creature to fall from the stratosphere. Yeah, they have less belly padding than a sloth. Alright. I'm ready to jump into the song request. How's that sound, people? Put me out of my Sonic 2 misery because I did bad. But, bravo to JJ. You outclassed me today. I can compete in Sonic CD Special Stage Challenge, but Sonic 2 is a whole different thing. Alright. Let's go to the zone. Hello, River. This is indeed a live broadcast, and welcome. Yeah, so let's get going with the song request. I'm gonna pull it up. It's from, I want to say Wackadude. Yes, it's Wackadude. So let's pull it up. River has this to say. Oh my God. Where's my DMs? All right. Get a load of this. Here it comes. What does this remind me of? JJ says, thank you, Alex. You didn't expect him to get them all in Emerald Hill. Me neither. We didn't know, or no, you did know, and you told me, but somehow I brain fuzz didn't get the job done. JJ knew all along that your rings don't reset. And no problem, Wackadobe. Evie Boy wonders if this is a Santa game. River is quite happy over on YouTube. Glad you joined us, River. Alright, Vector has this to say. Isn't this a song from Sonic Runners? I think you're on to something.
What is that?
Do-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, that's just, that's the Superstars theme, right? Whoa, wait till you see. So I've always been aware of this game, but I don't have really much hands-on or even... My point is that I'm looking at this game and I'm charmed already. Wait till you see this. This music is great too. JJ played a whole lot of this when it was relevant. Evie Boy wonders if this is the Runner song that everyone claims is one of the greatest Sonic songs ever. And River says, nice Sonic vid, bro. Thank you. What's that, 25% of Sonic 3 maybe, since you're over on the YouTube channel? Alright, let me get the gameplay here as soon as possible. Footage courtesy of Darkspine Sonic. Yeah, what is this reminding me of? This is like a mashup of existing Sonic songs, kind of, right? Where the hell is my window? There it is. Yeah, this has got a little bit of Rooftop Run. Listen to these chords, beautiful. Yeah, there was Superstars, but this came out first, right? Or maybe not. Why won't it load? Here we go. Look how adorable Sonic's running is. That's amazing. I love that already. Vector says this seemed like a pretty standard mobile game, but yeah, JJ has high praise for the OST. Vector is annoyed it got cancelled. Now, Wackadoo didn't know that Darkspine Sonic has a YouTube channel, so the question becomes, what do you know Darkspine Sonic from? Nice. River is happy to have your name seen. I'm glad you feel seen. That's what I do here at the Zone. See you all. JJ says you get 3 jumps in this, so you have to use your jumps sparingly. I'm seeing more than 3 jumps. Or is he collecting more jumps? Are some of these collectibles, giving you more jumps? Oh, okay. JJ says it's okay. So at any time you have as many as a triple jump midair. That's cool. I would want to know what year this came out, because maybe the Superstars bit is intentionally referencing this. River is enjoying this afternoon. Vector says, in your opinion, the OST of this game is pretty generic for the composer, and from after you heard it, you notice the same composing style in all his songs. You're saying Force's music, for example, sounds a lot like this. Alright, Wackadude, yeah, alright, sorry I missed it. You said Runners came out in 2016, which was way before Superstars. Wackadude figures that these collectibles are used to unlock characters, and of course, Chow. JJ was going to make one of AS2R's special stages a tribute to this very game. But then you scrapped them. Feature creep. Showing that great restraint. Trying to sniff out different... I heard a little bit of, I guess that's Rooftop Run, right? Now, River over on YouTube wonders, what is that thing in the top corner? Yeah, at the upper right corner of this gameplay, I can see that Twitch logo with the eyeballs. What is that? EB Boy wonders if it's a wisp. Wow, and Wackadude says this game actually explains why the wisps are in every Sonic game. That's funny. They added lore after the fact to justify why all these wisps were abruptly transplanted into other games that have nothing to do with an interstellar amusement park in space. Alright, people are figuring that that's the pause button, as confirmed by Denizen of Light. Because this is a touchscreen game after all. There's your Mario cadence. This is adorable. I love Eggman's gesticulations when he first came on camera. And hello to Josiah. Welcome, welcome. River's real life name is, of course, River. And I said it. Certified gold. River is among us. Alright, Wackadoodle relays that lore, which is that the Wisps liked Sonic's world, so they wanted to stay. That's kind of like how Sonic ended up liking the real world because it has Keanu Reeves movies, like Speed. So he decided to stick around. There's that Amen break from Rooftop Run. Uncle Ben's Rice. Living the good life. Stargate, the soundtrack. River has a whole array of emotions. JJ says, what? A Stargate game? You need to see this. Yes. So I don't know much about Stargate, but that Genesis soundtrack was one of many that I've recently come across in my Genesis music travels. JJ needs to see that there Stargate game. Is Stargate a show like Battlestar Galactica or Star Trek Space Trek? Wackadude says Sky is a whole lot better than Wackadude is. Your current skill level with this game. But you can improve. Okay, JJ explains, Stargate was a movie that got turned into a TV series, which spun off into, well, you know, other spin-offs. JJ grew up with SG-1, and then Atlantis. I at least have heard of SG-1. Never ending. It's the ultimate Sonic mashup. River wonders, have I played Sonic 3 yet? Because when you came in, I was playing Sonic 2. Yeah, so I'm not playing Sonic 3 today. Today was just Ashura the Glitch and then Sonic 2. But I haven't played 3 in a while. You know, I'm going to be talking to JJ about what to do for next week's competition. But yeah, Sonic 3 Special Stage Race is one of many options. Oops. Oh, I hate when that happens. Judah Allen says, Sonic Runners, did they finally bring back the best mobile game? Well, this is just footage of the Sonic Runners. Because this is today Wackadude's song request. Evie Boy says they made a paid version of this game, but you heard it stunk. So is this a free-to-play game with microtransactions? Now, are these collectibles? Oh, I thought the collectibles were Blaze's face and hair. Alright, vibe with this Wisp. I'm going to take just a quick detour and, Yeah, soon enough, we'll take a look at an 8-hour video about Sonic CD, which has Alex Yard content. Imagine that. What a concept. Be right back.
Halloween isn't a holiday. It's a way of life.
She always kills it.
When the spookiest finds are at the lowest prices, you can haunt your heart out. Only at Five Below.
Stargate again. I am. EB Boy wonders if anyone has been to the Sonic Symphony. I sure have. And I got to see Johnny Gioeli perform live. He opened his set with I Am All I Am. All right. So yes, thank you so much for this song request. I'm definitely gonna at least listen to more of the soundtrack. Just because it has a good vibe, but also because it would be kind of funny to find these indirect references to existing Sonic songs. So, let's take that off the screen and pull up the Wheezin' We All Hear. Nice, Wackadoo chose this song because summer is almost over. And I like this song, very cool. Alright, cool. JJ says, the soundtrack comes in 2 volumes, so seek both of them out. And I appreciate the kind words, River. So, pull this up. My YouTube search history, whenever I, go to YouTube to go in the search field, the first, auto-suggest thing is Sonic CD Unsung. Because it will suggest things you've recently searched for. But yeah, if I didn't read it, JJ says the soundtrack comes in 2 volumes. So I'll be sure to find both. Alright, so, if anyone doesn't know, Sparky's World recently posted a momentous 8-hour almost deep dive analysis about Sonic CD. Now, EB Boy says you should see the surprise after stream. Which surprise is that? Sparky's video. Vector's back in the house. Yeah, no problem, Vector. We got River ready for our good night segment. So yeah. All right. So here we are. So, JJ knows what the surprise is. What could this be? Ashura the Glitch merch? I want me some of that. I'm going to wear that when I go shopping at Target. Last night, I was listening to more of Subsonic's video because I've been listening to it in bits and pieces. River certainly likes Sonic CD. Yeah, well, River, I would highly recommend this video. It's a great deep dive of, all coming at Sonic CD from every possible angle and beyond. So yeah, I'll find out what the surprise is after the stream. Although I know that Serious Sam very generously gifted me a game that goes by the name Serious Sam, right? Not the Stanley Parable. It was Serious Sam, but both games that have a name. No, I think it was Serious Sam. So, let's talk about this. So, last night, JJ says you've been very infatuated with Subsonic since this video. He's always been Subsonic-chan to you, but this video, man. So, by and large, I do share your sentiment, JJ. Last night, I watched the music analysis part, and that included an Alex Yard mention. And the first, right, I have two things that I want to say first in this order. And then after I say these two things, I'm just going to be jumping around this thought, that thought, right? But I have to start with these two things. The first thing to say is that the mention of me and my commentary, my content, when I came out the other end of it, I felt that I had been Flanderized. Now, if anyone's not familiar with this trope, this industry term, right, Sparky probably knows a lot more about this concept than I do. But when you Flanderize a character, what you do is you take one specific character trait or attribute, and you really exaggerate that and play that up. And that becomes the main event, right? After enough seasons of watching The Simpsons or whatever, right? These characters devolve into bigger and bigger caricatures. And they might only focus on one trait to now make that the person's whole thing. So we're going to look at the example, the very targeted excerpt of my video that was included. And I'm going to explain why my experience of that was that it was unfair and Flanderization. It took a targeted, out of context excerpt, and it was an example. The example shown was, right, far and away probably the most extreme, pronounced example of this kind of thing. So that was the first of two things I wanted to say. The first thing I wanted to say was that I feel that I was Flanderized and my content was Flanderized. The second thing I want to say, and listen, guys, I'll be able to look back on this and laugh. I'm kind of already in that mindset that I can already look back on this and laugh. But my experience watching this segment of the video was horrible, deeply horrible. And I can totally understand why this was not the reaction of any of you. Nor am I upset if you guys liked that segment or you just had no problems with. I totally understand that. Part of why I can give that benefit of the doubt is because you're not me. So you're watching this paragraph, this sentence, talking about Alex Yard, and it's not personal for you because you are not the person that's the subject of the sentence. But it was a truly horrible experience that I have been thinking about not much else for the past 24 hours. If you thought that I was a little bit dazed today, right? The magic of Ashura the glitch, you damn right that was enough to snap me out of my funk. But now you're going to throw me on these special stages, and suddenly I'm zoning out, not able to pay attention. So I apologize for that. But I got no work done today, and I'm telling myself, I said, the only way I can get myself back into good spirits is to talk about it on the air. That's 100% necessary catharsis. That's what's going to keep me sane. I would like to think that I'm going to explain my thought process. You guys can, take whatever. I don't need anyone to see everything. I'm just going to do my best on a human level to explain why this was so hurtful and triple disappointing. It's like, not to liken this to something as serious, but like, how the Challenger, that space shuttle exploded. That was right. These people, 7 people in the Challenger, right? And they're okay. Liftoff, launch, and the people are on the ground, looking up at this as like they're so proud, they're so happy, they're at like their peak excitement, and so much buildup, right? And in the blink of an eye, it flips, and suddenly it's the worst thing that you could possibly imagine. Now, what we're talking about here is very low stakes but I just say that when I sat down to get to this part, I felt like a kid on Christmas morning. And when I got to the other side of it, right? So, let's jump right to that part of the video. JJ says, bless you, Alex, you know what you mean. Dave Gorman once complained about his staff showing him a montage of people denying his existence was pretty harmful. And yeah, I appreciate that, River. River says, I'm sorry for you. I appreciate that. However, I also, I'm letting everyone off the hook. I am a public figure, so Sparky or anyone else has, I do things in the public. I say provocative things. Not to say that what Subsonic has chosen to focus on is an example of one of those things, but I talk a good game. You guys know me. When I put out my original composition video and then I got a response to it, right? Just in the same way that I got a response to my US commentary, it's all part of the game. It becomes a different thing when this game is played unfairly. If you want to take shots at me and you want to roast me, I probably deserve that more than most people because I relish in the art of a creative roast. It's a problem when said roast is grossly unfair. And that's what I'm going to demonstrate right now. So let me seek out that part of the video. And you've noticed this entire time, I have not yet said anything about Subsonic's intent. That's not really what the point of what I'm doing here, right? I am not at this time necessarily commenting on Sparky's intent. But I'm going to start with do or do not, there is no try. What did Sparky actually do? Regardless of the behind the scenes, right? When he went onto the playing field, what did he leave on the field? What is here for everyone to see? Okay, so I can actually use the transcript function. Give me a sec here so you can go right to it. I'm not supposed to see that. That's what I should click. Think. There it is. All right, transcript is loading. All right, I think I found it. Judah Allen has a shout out for the underrated Sonic 06. Okay. So this is part of the chapter about the music. So let's just dive right into things. JJ says, you'll say as a viewer, you felt it was funny because you don't understand a lot of music theory. Subsonic is illustrating how it feels to watch. Well, we're gonna get to I promise.
Sonic CD without praising all the others at the same time. Because
you can't see it. Hold on.
Each other. Working Sonic CD without praising all the others at the same time. Because they're all fueling each other, working in perfect harmony to support a singular, unified vision. To give you an idea of what I mean, let's do a deep dive into one of my favorite tracks, Quartz Quadrant. Now, I'm no 8-bit music theory, and I'm certainly no Alex Yard and Knuckles. So,
alright, so that here's my first comment. This little segment starts by saying, I'm no 8-bit music theory, and I'm certainly no Alex Yard. So my first question for Subsonic, assuming he's been listening this whole time, my first question for Subsonic was, what does that mean? What does it mean that you are not like 8-bit music, and certainly not like Alex Yard? I don't know what that means. So I asked this to Subsonic yesterday, and let's see what he said. I'm certainly no Alex Yard essentially means that Sparky can't do what Alex does. When Sparky first started working on this project, there was almost no detailed analysis of CD's music on YouTube at all. But of course, I totally changed the game. So instead, you went in a totally different direction. You tried to take the audience back in time to understand the context of CD sound, and you use visual reference to bring to life what you feel in the music. You did sneak the word staccato into Wacky Workbench. All right. So, okay, so Vector, says, depending on what he says next, you would assume that he was ranking me higher as a critic. JJ thinks that it means I'm on a higher level than 8-bit music. And I think that if you just look at that sentence in a vacuum, then that would make sense. But then we see what comes next. And I'm going to click it now, I think. So just to rewind 10 seconds.
Quadrant. Now, I'm no 8-bit music theory, and I'm certainly no Alex Yard and Knuckles. So if you're looking for someone to unpack these tunes from a place of talent, you might do well to go check.
All right. Next up. Sparky is, on the surface, on a surface level, it's just, go check out their videos. But
so if you're looking for someone to unpack these tunes from a place of talent,
right? You're gonna, name drop 8-bit music theory and myself, and you're gonna say that, oh, well, what those guys offer is talent. Like, talent is, your inborn natural abilities that you did not earn, right? You're born with talent. It's a natural aptitude that you did not earn. So, Subsonic, if you think that talent is the reason why, right? If you ask me, the value of my channel is not some talent that I was born with, a freakishly good ability to play piano. What am I proud of on my channel? I'm proud that I've read hundreds and hundreds of books and novels in my life, and I've written hundreds and hundreds of essays, and through those 10,000 hours of playing video games, studying music, right? And look, I'm seeing people say it just sounds like standard YouTuber speak. Doesn't strike you as something diminishing. Okay, but why the image? This is a weird, very weird, right? I want to look at this image, and I so deeply want to believe that subsonic being, well, I don't know any of this stuff, so go get your expertise else, right? I really hope that's what it is. But again, this is severely, undercutting, right? What he says next. This is, you look at this whole thing, right? So I think it will make more sense once, right? But, right, this is an 8-hour iconic deep dive, and talent is the thing that's going to be said about Alex here. Okay. So, but let's see what's next.
Alex Yard and Knuckles. So if you're looking for someone to unpack these tunes from a place of talent,
yeah, so JJ wonders why I'm reading very, very deep into this. And JJ, I will say that when you create a channel that's, you build it over 5 years and it's in the public conscious, and then someone makes a momentous video like this, and they touch upon you briefly about something very specific. Maybe you don't know what that feels like, but if you're going to have such a targeted, focused mention, you want that to be a representative, you want that small little morsel that's shown to be representative of the entire thing.
Might do well to go check out those guys instead.
Yeah, might do well. Again, I know this is an 8-hour video, and maybe Subsonic would just say, "Oh, Alex, you're reading way too much into the exact." But let's continue.
Isn't it strange that this?
All right, so
talent, you might do well to go check out those guys instead.
Okay, so I'm kind of gonna call some bullshit on. Right, to stop the mid-sentence and go, talent? Like, why do you have to strain to get that word out? And why is the very next thing, right? No, this has no setup. This has no context, like, here, let me show you something that you'd find, and here's how it's relevant to my, right? There's no preface. There's no preface at all. It's just, boom, here's a clip. Now, that is not automatically a problem, but it's what happens. This is where the Space Shuttle Challenger analogy comes in, okay? The hallmark of a good story is that you should know where the story is going, right? If you want to tell a good story, there should be not really, right? You can have surprises and twists, but you should not be blindsided about where the story goes. So let me just play the thing. Yeah, because Elmaria needs the concept.
Isn't it strange that this...
Of talent, you might do well to go check out those guys instead.
Isn't it strange that this first phrase ends on the 1, but it doesn't feel like home base? Probably because the consistent ninth chord shape primes our ear to experience the note through the prism of it being adjacent to the chord's root.
All right, so I'm just going to play this, and then I keep pausing it. I'm sorry, this is an emotional thing, but let me just, I'll play it, let it go all the way through, no interruption.
To go check out those guys instead.
Isn't it strange that this first phrase ends on the 1, but it doesn't feel like home base? Probably because the consistent ninth chord shape primes our ear to experience the note through the prism of it being adjacent to the chord's root.
I didn't get a word of that.
However, I'm still gonna try my damnedest to say what I feel, so if you'll permit...
So, here's the Space Shuttle Challenger analogy. right? If you were there for my moment by moment experience watching this, when we're at this part, I'm like, okay, cool. He mentioned me, my channel. I'm not really fretting about the exact choice of words, right? We cut to an individual clip with no preface, no context or primer, and so you're listening to my comments there with no with no, right? So the point, the Space Shuttle Challenger point that I'm trying, this is like why it's bad enough that this happened, but the fact that I was so incredibly blindsided it just made it hurt 5 times as more. Pariah 695 cannot hurt me in that way because I have always kept him in the slime bin. Subsonic had just an implicit, just by the nature of me always regarding Subsonic as a pal, I could have not been hurt so deeply by Subsonic if I didn't let him. But I have always chosen freely to, share that vulnerable side of myself with Subsonic. So that's why. So my point, guys, is that as I'm watching
So
this,
if you're looking for someone to unpack these tunes from a place of talent, you might do well to go check out those guys instead.
Isn't it strange that this first phrase...
So we're looking at the clip. I'm like, all right. So I remember that Subsonic brought up this exact line during the stream, and I'll talk about that later. But the point is that there was no preface. So I'm sitting here watching it, being like, wow, this is cool, big moment. Name drop Alex Yard. I'm honored to be part of this. So at this moment in the video, I'm sitting here with the most hearty of thumbs up. So that's why the abrupt swerve that it turned just sliced my stomach just all the more viciously. Okay?
ends on the 1, but it doesn't feel like home base. Probably because the consistent 9th chord shape primes our ear to experience the note through the prism of it being adjacent to the chord's root.
Okay, so then we get to this part. So abrupt cut. Suddenly we're looking at the chicken runs, and I'm sitting here with no idea what this is going to communicate. What's the point, right? This is bad storytelling because I don't know what I'm supposed to be gleaning. I only figure out what I'm supposed to be gleaning from this once it's done. But when I tell you what it was like to watch this for the first... This silence goes on for like 3 or 4 seconds.
Experience the note through the prism of it being adjacent to the chord's root.
Right? This goes on for so many seconds, and for each beat that I'm waiting, I'm like, all right, there's clearly going to be some funny moment. The script is finally going to get to the point, but I actually have no idea what it is. Is it going to be... say like, wow, that was really interesting, or wow, that, right, there's so many possible things that could be said. And the reason why I'm sitting here having absolutely zero idea where it's going to go is because there was no context provided. It's just, oh, yeah, you probably heard these other music theory guys. Oh, cut to a clip. Right? And so to be sitting on the edge of my seat, anxiously trying to figure out what is the point of this? Where is this going? Right? And after a few moments, then the Challenger shuttle explodes. And suddenly, this momentous event that I've been so looking forward to for the past year, 2 years, that I've been hyping up here on streams, Subsonics come to so, right? Right, all that, all the blue ball teasers in the past month, with no forecast of when the thing's going to actually drop, finally get here, and right. So this is why I say Flanderization, because this is a very unfair cherry picking. Now, let's talk about this clip in a vacuum. This clip is absolutely high concept. It is outrageously high concept. And I knew that full well when I wrote it. It was intentional. But it is so incredibly hurtful that you would choose exclusively this clip because you know full well, Subsonic Sparkle, that this individual clip does not represent my content. And I'm going to say that again. This individual clip does not reflect my content. First of all, I talk about a ninth chord shape in this moment. And you didn't include the explanation about the ninth chord. So right away, you're stacking the deck, right? These people who are watching your YouTube video never heard of my channel, and this is their introduction, right? They hear you give a breezy thumbs up shout out to Liam Triforce's video because he will list any number of adjectives to describe, right? You asked me about Liam Triforce's video, I would say it's mistitled. I would say it should not be understanding the music of Sonic it should be describing the music of Sonic the Hedgehog, right? So that video gets a glowing shout out right off the bat. And then we get here and it's like, oh yeah, you probably heard of 8-Bit Music Theory and Alex Yard, but let's see what's going on with them. Right? So Subsonic, I guess, is just showing up now. So let me catch you up, Subsonic. You flanderized me by cherry-picking an individual moment that is such a high-concept, outrageous sentence that I wrote. And you're damn right it's an outrageous sentence, but you are totally, right? Are you going to look at me in the eye and say that my videos are not a gold mine of explanations that a music layperson can more than enough follow, right? You don't need to have any music theory background to right? I can just look at the Tidal Tempest video, Sparky, and say, why did you cherry pick this high concept sentence? Why couldn't you talk about the dense ninth chords generating a misty haze? Why couldn't you talk about the bass line going under the surface and then coming back up? I'm not going to give redundant commentary because you knew that we were going to talk about this, and just like Pariah, right? It's game time, and you're nowhere to be found. There's too much of this that feels like we're repeating history because we haven't learned from it, right? Because it was 1 year ago. Right? I won't go on that tangent. JJ says, a joke that didn't land well with me. My channel is more than this. It's 11. So, Sparky, anyone who watches your video that's never heard of my content, right? This is all but telling them, run away fast. All right, Sparky didn't know about it. Not going to touch that. Not going to touch that. I'm trying so hard not to give redundant commentary. Elmarian says, this is the first time you're watching this video. You don't get the runaway vibes. What do you mean by that? How can I distill this into a meaningful conversation since Sparky was not here for any of it so far? I just feel like such a fool explaining everything that I explained. I'm really blindsided by Subsonic skipping. Yeah, Sparky, I'm so struggling what to say next without redundant commentary. You Flanderized me. And yes, Sparky. So, Sparky, you're going to now say, is this really the best way to discuss this? 100%. You made this video, published it to in the world. It's the talk of the town. And you don't want me to respond to it publicly? You can watch the VOD or not. I'm disgusted that you weren't here for that, but I really shouldn't dwell on that. My videos have such a great deal of intuitive explanations that anyone, even if they don't have any music training, I provide so much for those laypersons. That's my bread and butter. That is the niche that I have always taken great care to serve, because 8-bit music theory just doesn't care. And I'm not even really criticizing 8-bit music theory for that, but I will say that 8-bit music theory's content is very deliberately, in a lot of cases, not catering to laypersons, right? And so the entire, a huge engine of what do you get from my channel that you don't get elsewhere? Well, you get sensible, digestible explanations that even if you don't have every last music theory terminology memorized, you don't know any, right? I still give laypersons a great deal to grab onto and vibe with in an intuitive, digestible way. So it is extremely hurtful that you would show this clip with no preamble, no context, and then we get to a meme.
Feel like home base? Probably because the consistent
and I don't know if you were here for this or not, but, right? Subsonic Sparkle, when I got to this last night, I'm sitting here waiting 2 seconds, 3 seconds, having no idea what the point of this and where it's going. And then...
I didn't get a word of that.
Right, I didn't, right? So that's the takeaway. That's my legacy for Subsonic's viewers, right? Scott the Woz is to Sonic CD as Sparky is to Alex Yard music theory content. You were careless, and I'm not attributing any other motive beyond that. You're free to roast me, but this was totally unfair. This totally is unfair because it ignores all the other wealth of meaningful, digestible, carefully worded commentary that I have provided. And instead, your 8-hour video that's the culmination of 6 years or whatever, right? That's going to quickly bring up Alex Yard to be like, what, right? This is the opposite of a recommendation, right? Because you say almost nothing about my content except to give an out-of-context, cherry-pick, non-representative of my entire channel, right? Any average viewer that might see this would be like, well, wow, that looks horrible. I guess Alex Yard's content is for the music theory trained, and I guess I'll just go check out Liam Triforce's video, right? Sparky says, disgusted? How could I possibly know you'd be watching my video? Yeah, so I mentioned it a couple times today, and I also put it in the Go Live notification. So if you're telling me you missed all of those things, I'm a little bit flabbergasted, and I do not wish to contend any further. So I can give you even more benefit of the doubt for the no-show. I'll leave that alone. But yeah, so you may have seen my commentary the other day, Sparky, when I looked at the start of your video. The memes, here's my thoughts on the memes. And I would not bring up this out of nowhere as a non sequitur. I am bringing this up because it pertains specifically to me. Sparky says, Alex, the joke is, I don't understand music theory. It's not in any way a roast. It's supposed to do or do not. There is no try. You can say that. You can say it's just supposed to be funny. But the fact is, when you brought up my channel, you said almost nothing about it. And the only thing you did was cherry pick the most convoluted sentence that I have written ever. And then you just add insult to injury with that horrible meme where I have no idea where it's going or what is the point of this, right? And then it's like, I didn't get any of that, right? That is the opposite of a glowing endorsement. You can say, Subsonic, that you didn't mean that, but you did it. It doesn't matter what you meant. One thing I can say about this is that you gave Alex Yard haters fuel. You gave those Alex Yard haters, I'll use a euphemism, a leg massage, a back massage. You gave those haters a banquet of food to feast on to say, yeah, that Alex Yard, he's just kind of, diving deep into technical jargon. It's so hurtful, Subsonic, that you would pick this and only this because my videos are not just right? This is what's hurtful. You picked a clip that actually doesn't involve Sonic. I think that's maybe the biggest point. You showed a clip of one of my videos that is not about Sonic. It's not about Sonic CD. So talk about a wasted opportunity. Like I said, any number of my videos, even titled Tempest, moments where I connect the music composition choices and explain how those composition choices contribute to the environment of the game. But here, at this particular moment in time, I am only talking about the tonic. Not even really right? So why are you spotlighting this clip that's only about the music theory? And that any passing viewer would just be like, well, that sounds convoluted. I'll go check out the Liam Triforce thumbs up that was given at the top of the section. Yeah, and so Vector says it's not that Alex isn't able to see how it could be interpreted that way. It's that there's another less flattering way it could be interpreted that does not do favors for his viewership. JJ interpreted it as a funny joke. You got what you were going for. And yeah, I'm not upset with anyone that found it funny. I'm really, really, really trying not to deliver redundant content. In the meantime, let me comment on memes. Because what I am about to describe,
looking for in a monitor,
it's not that Subsonic broke the terms of service. It's not that he did anything ethically wrong. I'm just going to tell you what I can only speak for myself, what this was like.
Sonic the Hedgehog CD is my favorite video game of all time, and there's no quick answer as to why. I like to tell...
Where is this? All right, this. So I've seen this meme a million times where in the first minute of the video...
Those two in our formative years end up shaping our tastes and values. We like to think we get more sophisticated as we get older, and we do in some ways, but we can also get a lot more rigid in our assessments of worth and quality.
Right, so here's a prime example where this meme has nothing to do with Sonic CD. This is brought in to... It's almost like a laugh track. It's like the audience... It undercuts your own confidence in your commentary. If you think that this is necessary to drive home the point of what it means to be, really into something.
And we do in some ways. But we can also get a lot more rigid in our assessments of worth and quality. Maybe
right? I think of it as a laugh track. I think of that as a sitcom laugh track telling me when I should laugh because it's not respecting my intelligence. And I would not even comment on this except that it comes into play for my clip. Yes, so JJ says, why are we talking about the non-Alex stuff now? Yeah, I'm going to tie this into the meme. Yeah, when I see someone being nasty on Twitter and they add these emoji faces and they might hit it 5 times. And yeah, I promise that I have a reason for bringing this up. But I said it the other day, I can't watch this. I've always been amenable. So I had no idea that this was going to be a fundamental part of the video. I am always more interested in the commentary speaking for itself without having to use almost as if it's like a children's picture book. Like the kids are not really going to digest the material if it's just words. So you give nice, colorful pictures. That's part of what informs my aversion to this. So why am I talking about this? Well, let's now connect it back to the name drop. And I'm not ignoring what you said, Sparky. I'm going to read that.
Speaks to you, and it doesn't always have nice things to say.
Phrase ends on the 1, but it doesn't feel like home base. Probably because the consistent 9th chord shape primes our ear to experience the note through the prism of it being
This is defacing my content. Now, you have every right to do this. You're not breaking the terms of service, but this was horrible to see this non sequitur anime show up on my keyboard, having no idea what the point of this is yet. And but then to go to the chickens,
to the chord's root,
having no idea that I'm just being let out to slaughter, and that the takeaway for any average viewer is Alex's commentary is unintelligible. Sparky, right? And Sparky, you can say anything you want, and I did see that you started to do it in the comments. You're saying, no, don't get me wrong. I think the Sonic CD music theory videos are some of the best Sonic content out there. Well, why isn't that reflected in the video? Because in the video, it's a very non sequitur. It is a moment that does not represent my content. And it's very hurtful that being so hyped for this video for so long, being very supportive, that I would be blindsided by this. And that's how you see my content. That's the important takeaway, right? This is the thing. Only this is what you chose to relay to your audience. Right?
Now, I'm no 8-bit music theory, and I'm certainly no Alex
Okay,
Yard.
so since you were not here for that, although I did ask you that on Twitter, Subsonic had responded and said, the joke of that segment is essentially, you're an idiot who doesn't understand detailed music theory. That Tidal Tempest line has always cracked you up, how thoroughly it soars over your head every time. So why did you choose that? Of the million things that I've ever said, and, right, you go on to say, for the layperson, you honestly think my videos strike a careful balance where even if the lingo is flying over someone's head, the thread of what you're saying is so intuitive and so well illustrated with the editing that they're still broadly understanding what you're trying to say. It's extremely practical in functional editing. Where is that in the video? That is nowhere to be found in the video. You're down in the comments doing damage control, and right, you made your bed. It is totally sensible that people would have the reaction that they did. Right? You say this behind the scenes that, oh no, your content is some of the best stuff, but how do you show it? How do you show it? You didn't. I'm so hurt by this, and again, you only have the capacity to hurt me because I trusted you as a pal. That's why this hurts so much. And all right, Sparky said this scene was written into the video literally the year ago. I have no idea why the year that elapsed would have any bearing on that. Never in a million years did you expect that I'd be offended by it. It was always a joke made, right? I don't know what to say to that, Subsonic. Is there any merit to the fact that you cherry-picked an extreme example and then exacerbated it only, right? The only thing you added was not even your own word. You couldn't figure out what to say about my video. So you imported a chicken run clip or whatever, right? And you know how heartbreaking I find the reliance on memes. If you guys have seen that episode of Black Mirror called 15 Million Credits, where the people are in the futuristic dystopia and they're on their exercise bikes watching programming, that's the internet historian nightmare that really just hit. I lose hope when I know that internet historian is like Subsonic's favorite thing, and it clearly inspires Subsonic's own content. But to see me brought into that was a horrible experience. And the fact that this was so not right, I changed the name of my channel a year ago, and you could not be bothered to get that right.
So if you're looking for someone to unpack these tunes from a place of talent, you might do well to go check out those guys instead.
Isn't it strange that this first phrase ends on the one, but...
Yeah, and then what is that? Alex Yard Music Theory? That's not even the name of the channel. So what? You are just mishandling my legacy with carelessness, right? Everything we've talked about Scott the Woz doing that, right? You maybe genuinely in your heart, I totally believe that you truly do cherish and get a lot out of my content. So why isn't any of that reflected in the video, right? You can go in those comments and you can find someone on an alt account saying, I especially love the part where you showed that bullshit that Alex says. All that stuff is useless. Your commentary blew it out of the water, right? You, Sparky, served up a banquet for those people. So this is why, doing after-the-fact damage control, you think that's going to leave you off the hook. Do or do not, there is no try. You chose to spotlight my video, and this is what you shown. Wackadude has this to say. You think that Sparky was trying to explain to people that don't know what content I make? Yeah, if that was the goal, why wouldn't you... I'm not going to repeat. I know this is an ugly look for me. I know that this is not pleasant, and I know that some of you are going to walk away from this thinking that Alex is too sensitive or any of this stuff. I have not speculated on any speculative territory. I'm just looking at what's in the video itself. This part at the end.
Been considered before.
Yeah, here we are.
Okay with the thought that maybe it doesn't do that. This video was never about making people see things exactly the way I do. These are just some things that I've really needed to say for a long time, and it feels awesome to finally say it. I used to be so bent out of shape over how circular I felt the Sonic CD discourse was, but honestly, I just don't feel that way anymore. Now that I've said my piece and that burden is finally lifted, the feeling I'm really left with is gratitude. I'm grateful to every one of those creators.
Look, JJ says you'll be certainly thinking twice before making an Alex joke. Guys, I'm glad you said that, JJ, because I have to debunk this. There is no problem with making an Alex joke. There's a massive problem with making an unfair joke. Right? You can roast me all you want. I said when we had those live streams last week about original compositions, I said the same thing that I said when I looked at the response video for PJ Sim and my US commentary comments, the US soundtrack. Similar thing happened when, what was the other response video? Certainly the original composition thing, right? I'm asking for it. But do it fairly. Don't do it a way that twists my words, twists the perception of my content. I know this is excruciating for everyone. So, Subsonic, you might have not heard me say this. When I watched this last night, I have thought about very little else for the past 24 hours. And I knew that I needed to talk about it on the air so I can just get it all out, put it away forever. But when I tell you, Subsonic, that with everything that's been going on with the original composition thing, like I'm finally starting to get past that. It's moving toward the finish line. That was a side quest that I freely elected to undertake, and I guess you could say it got ugly in some ways, and it kind of it really rocked me, and it made it hard to do music theory. It made it very difficult to just sit down and be excited to do music theory. And so here I am finally getting back into a groove after the impossibly difficult task of putting that very turbulent chapter in the recent past behind us. And then when I saw this last night, it's like, okay, Sparky is going to watch my video, and then this is his takeaway. This is his takeaway. A joke and nothing else. A joke that's totally cherry-picked and nothing else. Vector Sater says, saying things that don't correctly convey who they're talking about, right? Subsonic is harping on the idea. It was just a joke, right? Subsonic, you think that you can just say, it was just a joke, and you're in the clear. Well, that ignores the fact that you gave a very unflattering, dishonest, unrepresentative. It was the opposite of a vertical slice. It was the opposite of a vertical slice. You chose the worst possible thing, right, to convey that my commentary is digestible, and moreover, right, anyone who, because you chose to feature only that clip, people are going to be like, oh, well, okay, an Alex Yard video, he's just going to ramble about technical terms that are just going to go over my head, right? That's essentially kind of a caution flag. Sparky didn't understand why you didn't discuss any of this with you last night. You didn't have a clue, right? As soon as I watched the video, I sent you that message, for clarification. I was so profoundly upset by it that I didn't want to open the file until we talked about it now. And yeah, I cannot emphasize this enough, right? I reject the idea that, oh, Alex is thin-skinned. I should think twice before making a joke about him. That's ridiculous. That's totally unfair. What I am upset about is what you did, Sparky, was unfair. That's the one word, takeaway. So when I tell you, Sparky, that feeling like, wow, all this work I've done to bring in Sonic fans, present music theories in a way that's digestible, and now JJ can sniff out a Mario cadence, even though he's never done really music lessons like that, right? But what is the legacy of that in Subsonic's pocket of the internet, right? The one takeaway that you're choosing to relay to your audience is a snarky, tongue-in-cheek, holy crap, I didn't understand that. Time to move on with the video. Wasn't that wacky? Yep, and Sparky, I'm going to leave that alone about not showing up. If you didn't see the go live notification, or you just happened to be out of the room when I mentioned it multiple times during today's stream, I'm not going to touch that.
With is gratitude. I'm grateful to everyone.
This is my legacy. This is my legacy, knowing that this very good video that you've made that deserves all the attention that it's getting is more. Now I have the knowledge moving forward that for the rest of my YouTube career, everyone who discovers this very cherished and deservedly cherished video, that's the Alex Yard they're going to experience. And that's totally unfair. And at a minimum, I can say that what you did was careless, and it was hurtful in its carelessness. And if that's the way you see my channel, right, you're all talk and no delivery, Sparky, because you're insisting that you love my videos and that they have all these great things, but all of that was 100% missing. And the impression that any reasonable person would get is to steer clear of that. Now, here we are at this stage. Now, I don't know how much, Sparky, you're going to cite the production cycle of this, but wow, am I disgusted to see Pimp Ouija here. Not even, to say nothing of the fact that I'm now sharing a screen with Pimp Ouija. If this is the final warning about Pimp Ouija, he's Elmarian says you're so sorry. You can't agree with this approach. You can't play Sparky as bad intention at all. Again, I'm not talking about intention. All right, Elmarian just can't get on board with disrespectful. You are all talk. So I need to be very specific about that. I am not saying that Subsonic sat down and decided, how am I going to deliberately disrespect Alex? But yeah, if I haven't convinced you at this point, I probably never will, that, to build a legacy over the past 4 or 5 years and have it be distilled down to that mess out of context, having nothing to do with Sonic, only about the music theory, it hurts so much. And it's not like I am Elmarian says, please don't take it the wrong way. Well, I have to live in the world, right? Even if I totally believe that Subsonic had only the best intentions, I have to live in the world, which is to say that Subsonic can say whatever he wants behind the scenes, but when it came down to it, when he had the global microphone to speak to the entire country, that's what he said, and nothing else. Okay, Sparky says, this screen is reserved for the people who truly influence this video creatively. Ouija absolutely influenced your research, so that's all there is to it. I'm sure lots of people were influenced by Harvey Weinstein, and once things hit the fan, they made the judgment call to, yeah, maybe let's not permanently glorify and, canonize these people. Pimp Ouija is a person who deserves to be not promoted. Right? Pimp Ouija, rather not go on that, but Pimp Ouija, right? I've said time and again to Sparky, be careful. Don't celebrate him, right? And I can't tell Sparky what to do. But seeing Sparky celebrate him is horrible, knowing all of the nasty, petty, just slimy things that he's done, and that now he is pseudo-retired from the internet, but now he's on alt accounts. Sparky, you have glorified, right, the alt accounts. Right? I can just point at alt accounts. Alt accounts should be a super red flag. If someone is using alt accounts, that, right, in no universe, that's a good sign. Elmarian, thank you for listening and hanging out and contributing your thoughts. I do appreciate it. And yeah, Elmarian also said you're very sorry and you respect me a lot. Please don't take it the wrong way. Yeah, and Elmarian doesn't even need to apologize, but I do appreciate that very much. Yeah. When you're making the dramatic choice, to retire, but then you're haunting around on alt accounts, that is never a good thing. That is always bad. He has, for all we know, done something that is irreparably damaging to his reputation, that the only way he can continue participating in the community is to pretend to be someone else. I wonder why Pariah is not in here, since Pariah is one of your heroes. And I know that Pariah 695 doesn't jive with the... I find it so... To have Pimp Ouija here, but not Pariah, was surprising. I know that content creator 695 doesn't like Sonic CD, but clearly he has a massive influence on you and the way that you think through all Sonic games. And since this video includes, Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Mania, the idea that Ouija had an influence on this, but not Pariah. Sparky says Pariah 695 is not one of your heroes, and he didn't influence the script at all. JJ says, you see this as an attempt to unify the political divide in the Sonic Tuber community. So, JJ, are you saying that what we're looking at here, is this is an attempt to get a kumbaya circle and be like, yeah, let's have water under the bridge. Because I will say that what I would call that, if so, is a counterproductive, unearned victory. If we have not done anything to move the problem of Pimp Ouija in a positive direction, then a shout-out like this is enabling that very heavily indirectly. Sparky says you discovered his content way after most of his video structure was already finalized. JJ says Pimp Ouija has been removed from the server for disgusting comments. Um, I kept getting sidetracked. I'm going to try to wrap this up soon because I know this is an excruciating discussion. After finally starting to emerge from the ashes and the rubble of the composition discussions about original compositions and who composed this, right? I've been gradually, and hello April, gradually getting back into gear. It was tough. I was that the discussions in the past few weeks were so, intense and had so many different emotions, and given that it involved the subject matter of music theory, right? It was all entangled. So it was putting me in a very bad frame of mind to sit down and make more music theory content. So things were, I was doing everything that I could to get me back into the groove. And when I saw this last night, I'm like, it was like, it feels like I'm going to have to take a 2-week break from anything music theory. I am so knocked down by this that it's very difficult to feel enthusiastic about making more music theory videos. If this is the legacy that someone like Sparky is going to distill into just a flabbergasted, I have no idea what to make of this, right? Everything that I've done in my videos to cater to lay persons, and the headline from Sparky's video is Alex confusing. I don't know if I'm going to have to just do a 2-week whatever, no music theory, just leave it alone, because I've been working on an Alex Yard Adventure video, which is a very Alex Yard video, but it also has a twist. It's like, okay, it has X, but it also has Y. X is like the ultimate Alex Yard subject matter. Y, that's the wild card. That's the left field thing, right? So that working on that project has been my therapy. Working on a project that's not music theory related, it's just a fresh way to switch gears, right? So I, without dragging this in circles, I would say that everything that Sparky has said about how much you appreciate my videos and, right, everything you said on Twitter about how, I honestly think your videos strike a careful balance, because when the lingo's flying over someone's head, the thread, you can follow along. It's extremely practical and functional editing. And that's kind of my summary of this, is that what you featured in the video is literally the polar opposite of that. And it didn't have any of that positive stuff. So on one level, you had your cake and ate it too. Because you're saying that you hold my content in high regard, but you didn't walk the walk even a step in this video. And I did ask the question when you were not here, what is meant, actually, yeah, so you had tried to say that the joke of the segment is essentially, I'm an idiot who doesn't understand detailed music theory. Well, you failed in conveying that joke because the way that you presented it, right, very clearly, the source of the confusion was my writing. Because you grabbed out of context, you cherry-picked the single most high-concept sentence that I've ever written, and that was literally the only thing that you spotlit. I know I'm repeating myself, but JJ agrees with the internet break. You understand the trauma of the reaction to the Undertale video on forums must hurt me deeply. You second me taking a holiday. Look, I'm open to a music theory break. But I'm not going to stop streaming. Nor will I be breathing a word of any of this negativity in future streams. You guys know that I pick my battles, and I'm not just walking around looking for a fight, looking for things to be confrontational about for its own sake. So I needed to talk about all of this on stream once so I can put it in this time capsule and put it away from ever. And granted, some of what I've said today actually has what I might call a business manager content filter, which is a metaphorical way of saying that my better judgment is restraining me from saying certain things that I would be more amenable to saying, behind the scenes in a voice call, hanging out. So one of those content filter things, sentiments that maybe I said, but I'll just say it in case Sparky wasn't here, is that all those many months ago when you were hanging out at chat and you said, oh, by the way, Alex, here was this great, really funny, convoluted sentence from the Title Tempest video. And you copied and pasted that quote in chat during a stream. And when we were talking about it, Sparky, that you bringing that up was one of the best moments that I've ever had. I'd never forget that. One of the best moments I've ever had as a I felt seen. I felt like I was writing and the world was listening. It was not falling on deaf ears. And so that was one of my most cherished moments of all of this 5 years. And you took that. And this is the content filter. I'm going to choose my words carefully. You took one of those best cherished and you made it into something else. That's the euphemism I'm going to use. You took one of my peak highs of and it became something else. EB Boy says you've got thin skin too. You know what it's like. But again, I reject the idea that I have thin skin. What you are witnessing today is the frustration of a person who was done dirty, was treated unfairly. Those comments were very unfair. And, right, if you want to roast me, right, any way that I roast Internet Historian or Pariah695 or Super Mario Wonder, right, any of those rants that I've gone on, having fun, tearing apart the game, just like I will do for Tears of the Kingdom in 2 days, right? Right, at every step of the way, I would always stand by any of those roasts as totally fair. Totally fair. I don't cherry pick. I don't twist words. And I certainly don't hide behind memes as a substitution for commentary. So I have to push back on the idea that my reaction to this is the result of thin-skinned. If you spent 5 years building up, your own YouTube channel that does something in a way that really is not done anywhere else, everywhere, and because my videos are one of a kind, people get so attached to them that when they learn something about my beliefs that doesn't jive with them, they say, no, I like all this music stuff so much, so be a different person, right? And I'm not saying Sparky did this, but that's one of the things that, you juggle. You got to pick your battles. I have so many battles that I could pick that I bite my tongue because they don't have to do with video games. And Twitch or YouTube is not the place where people are going to get on the same page if they're that much of a world apart. But yeah, I don't know what I was about to say, but I will use this opportunity to say streams are not stopping. If I have to take a couple weeks to just recalibrate, pour myself into the Alex Yard Adventure video, we'll see how I feel tomorrow. I'll take it one day at a time. But it's just the culmination of, doing everything I can, working a day job, taking the Patreon money that I am thankful for every ounce of support, and to say, what does it all lead up to? Well, when it's legacy time, what of me made it to the main stage to a convoluted writing. Writing that you should be like, huh? What? I didn't get any of that. That's the slice of me that you showed to the world in your big moment. Sparky remembers that time that we talked about the quote, and me finding it so funny is what made you think, okay, so Spark, that's fair to bring up. But the engine of what makes that sentence work, right? My videos are based, I've always subscribed to the Animaniacs philosophy, which I'm sure Subsonic is well versed, right? What is the Animaniacs math and equation? Well, it's like you have all this educational stuff, and then you have the slapstick and the violence. It's like one justifies the other. It's like, okay, we can do a silly slapstick scene, but we can justify that by that we're going to give there's going to be somewhat of an educational angle, right? And so, right, at any given moment in my videos, I'm always thinking about, each segment of the audience. What am I giving each segment at any given time? And it's like, if I make a decision to write a really high concept sentence like that, I'm doing that. It's like that's the moment of the Animaniacs episode that's highly educational. And if that highly educational moment is going to be hard to understand, maybe a tad boring, well, I'm only going to choose to do it if I know that there's lots of fun and digestible things before and after it, right? I would never write a sentence like that if the rest of the video wasn't balanced out to accommodate those late... I will forever be baffled, Subsonic, why you chose not to show any number of dozens and dozens of digestible observations, moreover, that are relevant to Sonic, because the only clip that you showed was of a complexity that is not representative of my entire video's viewing experience, and it also is not representative, right? You picked it hurts so badly that you featured a clip that had nothing to do with Sonic, right? after everything that I've done to do, so many months of my career working on Sonic 3 exclusively and then Sonic CD, right? You chose to feature something that really had nothing to do with that. It's just, right? And it's weird that even to talk about me in the same breath as 8-bit music theory, right? You have it reversed, Subsonic. You have it totally backwards. Because my channel exists to serve the niche that 8-bit music theory leaves out in the cold. And when I say that, I say leave out in the cold, it's not like he's failing his audience or he's doing something wrong. It's a lot more fair to say that 8-bit music theory, depending on the video, but very many of his videos are just like, I'm going to assume that you have music theory training. This is primarily for you, but knowing that big fans of the game are nonetheless going to plow through the whole video, glean what they can, right? My videos give so much more. That's my whole reason for being in this community, is to give people that don't have any training, right, intuitive, meaningful explanations, right, that you just don't really get that in 8-bits. So to mention both of those, but then only feature a clip of me that's like 8-bit music theory at his worst. Now, EB Boy says, it's very clear Sparky didn't do anything in bad faith. And I agree. I don't think that Sparky had any, frenemy intent with this. EB Boy says, we all know you're proud of your work, Alex, and he's not trying to come against. You wouldn't take it to heart is all. I guess it's less about what Subsonic... Like, I'm not sitting here offended that Subsonic is baffled by a line in my video. I'm offended that everyone who watches the video is getting such a twisted, non-representative slice of what I do. Especially when my channel's entire biggest driving philosophy is giving Sparky, right? People in Sparky's demographic with no music theory, right? You can go and look at the comments on my videos where I get people critiquing my musical approach, and time and again, when I justify why I choose to structure, I say, all right, listen, the reason I do it this way, right, the reason I don't use ties to connect notes, I always tell people, the number one most important demographic, it's not the only demographic, but the number one most important demographic of my videos is people that don't have music theory training. That's the number one thing. And there are so many things that I do, right, that are specifically catering to the lay people. So when my entire legacy is just boiled down into a quick joke that's supplemented by a meme with no actual commentary from Sparky, EB Boy says, yes, it could have been clearer. You could see how he could have taken it the other way. And yes, I'm going through law and a nail target at you. But he's also made it clear it wasn't his intent. And it's not going to affect my viewership. Right? I mean, the fact that Subsonic Sparkle... JJ says, what do I want Subsonic Sparkle to do about this? I'm going to choose my words extremely carefully because that's a fair question to ask. I'm going to first state in a vague way that Subsonic could make it right. But I have no idea what that looks like, and I will tell you what is absolutely not, right? It would be the opposite of a good outcome if you were to somehow communicate to people that, oh, Alex was kind of upset by this, so let me right? That would be totally horrible. Please don't do that. Do not bring up, right, if you were to make it right, you should do so indirectly and not outright stating on a meta level that, oh, I have to do some damage control. But I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just answering JJ's very fair question. Is there a way to... You could undo this damage, but I don't know what that looks like, and it is definitely not highlighting any attention whatsoever to my reaction here today. My reaction here today will continue to live exclusively in this VOD only. Sparky thinks I'm underselling how huge and influential those videos already are. When you made the joke, you did so with the expectation that the vast majority of CD fans are already watching and aware of my stuff. Right, but Sparky, anyone who's sniffed my videos, they're just left with a slice of the pie that's like, oh yeah, that Alex, he's convoluted. His commentary is unintelligible. He does not accommodate laypersons. I just... JJ understands the bad ad from my channel, you really do. Right, if Sparky is trying to say, oh no, Alex, you're so well-renowned that nothing I say could damage the perception of your content. Well, I really disagree with that, Sparky. My God. JJ says, you're clearly a scholar who reads into every aspect of poetry. I will push back on the idea that I am, reading too far into Subsonic's exact choice of words. Because maybe you just need to be in my shoes. Maybe you need to feel what it's like to have someone else talk about you specifically to a massive crowd. If you've never experienced that, you have to experience that firsthand, right? Choice of words matters when it's you. That is the topic. JJ says, in Subsonic's defense, this kind of humor is very British self-deprecation. But what? The self-deprecation that, right? I think that if that was supposed to be self-deprecating, it fell through. It's missing content. Because all that's there is, wow, that was an unintelligible sentence. So it's a good thing I mentioned Liam Triforce's video. Sparky says, your channel is not in any way the main stage. It's more successful than you... Okay, so your justification, Sparky, is that you're allowed to cherry pick and dunk on me because everyone already knows how great my videos are? JJ says, the joke is that Subsonic is thick when I go into music theory mode. Well, I wanted even an ounce of all that great appreciation and value that you've gotten out of it. All I'm saying is that I wanted, if only an ounce of that to shine through. But there was nothing. There was just, if you want music theory, you might find what you need else. That's all you said. That's all you... If you want more music theory focused stuff, I guess my next... So, I don't know if I completely understand why... Okay. Yeah. Why are you not like 8-Bit, but certainly not like Alex Yard? I probably shouldn't even ask that. I don't want to belabor these details and make me sound insecure, right? So instead of asking Sparky that, let me just explain what my experience of that statement was. It was, well, here I am. I'm Sparky. You've been watching the video so far. you know, these other people on YouTube, they talk a lot about complicated stuff. Well, 8-bit music theory is one thing, but Alex Yard, oh my God, I would never write a sentence that's that unintelligible. I'm certainly, right? I'm not asking you a question about that. I felt radioactive listening to that line. To say, I'm no Alex Yard, and have no segue cut right to the single most convoluted sentence that I've ever written that totally ignores all the great food for thought and intuitive explanations that are the fundamental core of my channel. But the only thing you wanted to focus on is a moment of confusion. So I'm not... I want to maybe kind of wrap up, and all right, yes, I totally will. Sparky would appreciate if I play the line directly
Suddenly,
after
everything is more muted and
the chicken run clip.
That punchy, vibrant soil is looking a lot more like regular soil. The foliage is more earthy and unwieldy.
Like, do you think that I want to promote this video to people? Do you think that I want to mention this in a future Sonic CD music theory video, knowing that it's going to get to the Alex Yard moment? And how that's such a limited tunnel vision glimpse that you've cherry-picked? Like,
the whole Green Hill aesthetic has gotten admittedly generic over the years. We all know that.
Let me find
but
the
if
moment.
I know that it used to be this place, it suddenly gets a whole lot more interesting. The past isn't necessarily better or worse, it just isn't fully formed yet. By taking something familiar and stripping... If the player triumphs, and Quartz Quadrant perseveres, we're treated to one of the most harmonious...
I guess, you know, as I look for this subsonic, it was from the mouth of babes, from you yourself, talking about how Scott the Waz's careless approach, one net result is that it tarnishes the legacy. So it's not something that you can stand by, right? And this is what Subsonic chose to, right? When you talk about Alex Yard's legacy, what does Sparky have to say? It's this. It was only this. That's why I say I need 2 weeks of no music theory, because it's so beyond demoralizing to have all of my innovative trailblazing work be caricatured as unintelligible industry lingo. That's why this hurts so profoundly. I think I found it.
harmony to support a single one of my favorite tracks, Quartz Quadrant. Now, I'm no 8-bit music theory, and I'm certainly no Alex Yard and Knuckles, so if you're looking for someone to unpack these tunes from a place of talent, you might do well to go check out those guys instead.
Isn't it strange that this first phrase ends on the 1, but it doesn't feel like home base? Probably because the consistent ninth chord shape primes our ear to experience the note through the prism of it being adjacent to the chord's root.
I didn't get a word of that.
However, I'm still gonna try my damnedest to say what I feel, so if you'll permit me, let's just pretend I know the first thing about music theory. We open in this sprawling mining facility, greeted by a percussion intro that foreshadows the adventure to come.
Right, and then you're going to do a Liam Triforce style, describe the music with every and any adjective you can think of. I don't know if that segue is supposed to
didn't get a word of that.
shed light on this.
However, I'm still gonna try my damnedest to say what
You say, I'm going to try my damnedest. The way that plays, Sparky, is, well, since Alex Yard's not going to get me any closer to understanding this, let me give you the Sparky dose of commentary.
I feel, so if you'll permit me, let's just pretend I know the first thing about music theory. We open in this sprawling mining facility.
Now, JJ says, yeah, Subsonic, you feel really bad for telling Alex that you thought this was funny. Now, let me say this. I had no problem with that. I had no problem when, right, JJ saying that it was funny and hilarious as F, right? That's the kind of moment where I could instantly look back on it and laugh. The fact that I watched this last night, and I'll never forget where I was because I was not at home. The fact that I watched this and experienced that sudden flip of 2 years of hype and build up and excitement suddenly morphing into just a horrid gut punch experience. The fact that I had that experience and then JJ thought it was hilarious, that in itself is hilarious. And I actually do not blame JJ at all for... All right, see you later, Vector. When you take off soon. I don't blame JJ at all for laughing. I think the fact that JJ and maybe anyone else who may or may not be familiar with my channel, right? Yeah, so that I should make that clear that I'm not upset that, for example, JJ didn't have the same reaction as I did. I wouldn't expect maybe most people to detect that because this is an 8-hour video and my channel is just being tossed around the room like any number of toys that Subsonic has grabbed out of the toy chest to make this right. I'm just another pawn in this 8-hour deep dive that the script was solidified a year ago and is not subject to any revisions, even though the name of my channel changed upwards of a year ago. Yeah, Subsonic, if you were displeased by the way Scott the Woz handled Sonic CD, you understand what it was like for me to watch this video. So I don't think JJ should have had, or anyone should have definitely had the same. So JJ, you did exactly the right thing to tell me what you thought of it. All right, good. I'm glad the fact that I found it funny is funny. Yes, it's hilarity recursion. Yeah, I don't know if I read the one thing that Sparky said. The implication here you think is pretty clear. Well, I disagree that it's clear. I don't think it's clear at all. I can't do what Alex Yard does, but you can try to get your feelings across.
Pretend I know the damnedest to say what I feel. So if you'll permit me, let's...
Sparky says this was something you particularly hoped would make people here laugh. Our mutual friends who completely understand the spirit of the joke. I could respond to that, but it would probably just be redundant from what I've been rambling about. If you're not going to acknowledge that you cherry-picked a non-representative example of my content that's a very unflattering, right, the opposite of a glowing endorsement from Liam Triforce, let's actually go to that Liam Triforce thing, because I was not sure if this carried an implication with it. If you can't tell, I strongly dislike that Liam Triforce video, and I'm not going to elaborate on that.
But there is a real story here.
I really don't like it. But it is not a problem at all that other people like it. It really isn't. I'm only one person. And like I said with JJ, I would not expect JJ to have the same reaction as I did, because only I am in a position where I'm the showrunner of this channel for 4 years. I've put my blood, sweat, and tears and innovation and put my heart on my sleeve at all times. I'm kind of the only person who would detect this. Maybe. Right? Because for everyone else, it's just one of many toys in the toy chest, just tossed around. Yeah. And if Sparky is talking about your mutual friends who completely understand the spirit of the joke. So if your take, Sparky, is to say, well, this is harmless because everyone already knows about your videos, and I can take a dump on this confusing sentence and not feature anyone else because everyone watching the video already knows about and adores your content. That, I strongly reject that. I will not play along with that. Our mutual friends are not the only people who've seen the video, Subsonic Sparkle.
Like it's just a natural fact of the universe that doesn't need to be explained
Alright.
without more cherished soundtracks than good games. But I feel like it's another most cherished. Now, we all know Sonic CD's got some banging music. It's one of the most cherished soundtracks in a series with more cherished soundtracks than good games. But I feel like it's another one of those things we just say without giving too much thought. Like it's just a natural fact of the universe that doesn't need to be explained or understood further. Shout out to Liam Triforce doing his thing. This video is an excellent resource for getting a grasp of thought. Like it's just a natural. It's one of the most cherished soundtracks in a series with more cherished soundtracks than.
Alright, so far, what's it called? I'm talking about how, okay, the music's cherished.
Games. But I feel like it's another one of those things we just say without giving too much thought. Like it's just a natural fact of the universe that doesn't need to be explained or.
Alright, it's a natural fact of the universe that doesn't need to be explained. So then you say.
Understood further. Shout out to Liam Triforce doing his thing.
Right, so is this to say, like, well, I just kind of said that music is this je ne sais quoi thing that doesn't even need to be quantified. But now you're saying, well, Liam Triforce has done that, so no shade. He's not out of line for, in-depth, right? I have no idea what the takeaway of this, because you're sort of half, but not fully saying that it's not necessary to talk about music.
That doesn't need to be explained.
But then you're giving Liam a shout out.
Shout out to Liam Triforce doing his thing. This video is an excellent resource for getting a grasp on the broad strokes of.
Right, this video is an excellent resource about getting the broad strokes of Sonic. Right, that's what we call an enticing appetizer. Right, that's very positive. That's an elevator pitch. That's giving you a quick pitch of what this has to offer. Now, what do we get when you talk about Alex? Almost nothing. You say almost nothing about my content except that I have more talent. You can check the VOD for my thoughts on that choice of words. But really, all you really say in it is that music theory complicated, which is so hurtful because that's my channel is explicitly designed to cater to that layperson demographic. Right? Why does Liam Triforce get a glowing endorsement for digestible layperson and not me? Why is your takeaway the only thing that you're going to mention about me is a convoluted sentence out of context that is totally not representative of the very deliberate balance that I have between pure Sonic facts, trivia, lore, and then, I get to something really technical. I can only do those highly technical explanations if I've earned it. Earned it by giving each demographic enough that they can stay floating. But this is my legacy now, in this video.
Triforce doing his thing. This video is an excellent resource for getting a grasp on the broad strokes of what makes this music tick. But there is a real story here that's all understood further. Shout out to Liam Triforce doing his thing. This video is an excellent resource for getting a grasp on the broad strokes of what makes this music.
Yeah, so Subsonic, if you don't understand why the difference of how Liam's content was presented and mine is night and day, that this is a glowing endorsement, an eager invitation to watch it, and then with me it's like, if complicated music theory is what you want, I don't have that. You might get something out of this channel, but be forewarned, right? Here's a dose of the complexity, right? This is slanderous. The fact that you only focused on this becomes slanderous. And I reject the idea that everyone watching this already knows about my stuff, and that's ridiculous. I have enough of a hard time growing the channel that an 8-hour video that deserves every ounce of attention that it is getting has a very heartbreaking and counterproductive smear. And I'm not saying Subsonic sat down trying to smear me, but actions speak louder than words, right? The thing you said on your stage speaks way louder than the damage control that you've been scrambling to do in the comments section. Hello, Total Road. Yeah, Wackadude says, you can see that Liam Triforce puts a lot of work into his videos with evidence that understanding the Sonic video was okay. Yeah, everyone, this video has plenty of fans, and I'm not telling you you're wrong for liking it. I have many problems with it, but I choose not to... I pick my battles. If there's something like Internet Historian that I think is legitimately dog shit, I will go out of my way to brutally roast it, but always very fairly. Liam Triforce's content is just not in that same category. I'm coming to the table with my own expertise, right? As an educator and someone who deals directly with the concept of, pedagogy? I don't remember how it's pronounced. Right? Designing digestible instruction. Sparky says there's a specific reason for this. This segment was one of the very first written for the video in summer of 22. Liam had the most in-depth CD analysis on at the time. It's a shame that you didn't include any of my Sonic CD analysis, because the only thing you spotlit was analyzing a ninth chord. Maybe that's what hurts the most, is that what you featured was not about Sonic. It was only about me. That's so hurtful and not representative of my content whatsoever. Keo's been in the house the whole time. Keo says, pedigree? What, that amazing food for dogs?
Music tick. But there is a real story here that's all too often ignored. And funnily enough, that story begins on the Sega Master System.
I appreciate that, Keo says, but know that you're heard, Alex. Yeah, so what's kind of the takeaway to leave you all with? Well, try to believe me when I say that I'm not, mad at Subsonic. I can tell you that for the past 24 hours since I watched this video, I was extremely upset and could not think about anything else. Could not do any music theory today. I salvaged this day by doing very grunt work, technical work that didn't require any creativity or thought on my Alex Yard Adventure video. So part of what was keeping me sane through that 24 hours was knowing that I would talk about this here, get it all out on the table, and then leave it there. If you asked me, if you're asking me, am I mad at Subsonic? No. Subsonic hurt me because I trusted him, and I think that he, without saying that Sparky sat down and tried to do malice to Alex, I just mean that the presentation was careless and not, right, the opposite of a vertical slice. All I got was just to be the butt of a joke, with no real commentary at all about what I do or why anyone should be interested in it, other than highly complicated music theory knowledge. So I'm not saying I'm mad at Sparky. It's more like game on. It's game on. It's like, if you're going to do this, I'm not going to pretend like you didn't. I saw what you did, and maybe it was all completely unintentional, but now you've been told what you did, and I expected more out of you. I expected more out of you than distilling my legacy to a quick joke that you think everyone would be in on. That's hurtful. I've never been a content creator before. You get more and more people talking about you. You experience more and more firsts. Maybe this stream has ultimately been a very bad look for Alex Yard, for some people. I really hope that's not the case. I needed to talk about it once and for all and never touch it, probably never touch it again. I'm not even saying I would never allude to, right? I will be able to look back this and laugh, and I would not be opposed to any, it's not like there's a total ban on the topic or whatever, but, right, I've made it very clear that I'm already able to look back at this on laugh. When JJ said, dude, the part that mentioned you in the video is funny as flour, as I can already laugh at that. But don't ask me to pretend like you didn't exclusively present an unflattering glimpse of my content. All right, JJ says, considering the circumstances, you completely understand what has happened here. Sparky says, my segment was pretty much tacked on after this chapter was written. If it was written today, it would have explored stuff in more detail. Wacko says, you think this shows that, people who care about how your channel brand, you think all YouTubers subscribe to do. As I look back at the past couple of years or so, and I think about the couple of purges that have happened, I am still very much determined to plow forward. I wonder if the way that I've been treated by the community, granted, I say provocative things, at least insofar as I will not filter certain things out of politeness where other people would. So in a way, I had it coming. But this is, right? If I'm going to explain to you what a fucking fool Pimp Ouija is and why he is a danger and a toxin, and that any glorification, promotion, legitimization of him is, I strongly condemn that. And I'm very disappointed that it showed up in this video. Right? If I'm going to have an exodus of people who saw what I said to Ouija, and that was the last straw for them to leave, it's like, well, okay. We had some departures for Pimp Problem. We had some departures for original composition investigations. So as I go forward, I'm thinking, well, clearly, right, I don't know what my point is, but I think about, what I'm doing, what does the road forward look like, and I have adversity. And when I think about the road forward and how I can seize every opportunity and advantage, I look at this video and I said, this is working against me. This is, I'll just repeat myself. Sparky needs to ask, did I actually watch all the way from this scene to the epilogue chapter? I haven't watched the whole video yet. I started for real in, we watched a chunk of it on stream, and the first chapter that I wrote was...
And funnily enough,
the first chapter that I watched on my own was probably the gameplay breakdown.
Launched to the higher exit.
A message from the Sonic Department of Research and Deliciousness.
I'm not going to make a Sonic pun.
From the bottom, however, and a less skilled player may assume they've reached a dead end. Approach this sequence with some skill mastery, and you'll find the entire stage and all of its content.
What was I looking for? Big bad level design. I definitely listened to the last part. Yeah, the fact that you didn't comment on the U.S. music, I saw backlash in the comments, and it is highly justified. That, I'm trying not to make this spiral out of control, but to totally snub the U.S. soundtrack and leave me, right? I freely elect to roast the U.S. soundtrack, but you had your cake and eat it too. It felt like a political, non-genuine cop-out to say, I'm not right, knowing full well that, for better or worse, this U.S. version of the game and soundtrack meant so much to people. And you can absolutely make the case that I agree with about why that was harmful overall, but it just felt like a cop-out. And that you shouldn't have mentioned it at all unless you were going to substantiate what you said. And yeah, Sparky says you appreciate giving me your time. Regards. I'm definitely going to listen to the Mania chapter. And I got to be clear, Sparky. While I have made clear my displeasure with certain elements of this, which is the meme overload, treating me like I'm, a kindergartner that needs pictures in order to stay engaged, and then the indulgent, there's a part where you're dancing to house music for like 3 minutes straight. That's no good. That's my take. I can criticize certain things, but by and large, you have every reason to be super proud. This deserves all the attention, right? I was giving you a hard time about how long this took to come out and how you were blue-balling me at every turn in the month of August. That was truly horrible, but I will at least give you credit. When the video finally dropped and I saw it was 8 hours, genuinely, Sparky, I was like, all right, this is a towering accomplishment. I'm so impressed. In that moment, I was like, I'm going to let him out. I had no idea it was 8 hours. And the fact that really none of this is phoned in, this is not 5 good hours and 2 filler hours. This is all truly excellent. I would not take that away from you. JJ was disappointed that Subsonic didn't do the same treatment for the US soundtrack. You like getting hyped to see what imagery Subsonic would use for his and then boom, yeah. I can't buy into what Sparky is saying. Sparky is saying it was a deliberate authorial choice. This is an analysis of the original Sonic CD. You think your analysis of the larger context is more engaged? Yeah, no, this is an 8-hour video is literally the last Sonic CD video in the entire net that can say, oh, that was out of scope, right? You're going to have all these chapters about Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic Mania, Sonic 3, but music within Sonic CD gets cut. It's like, at least in my videos, I can say I'm, giving a very honest overview. That I'm going to comment on the US tracks, but if I think that there's something in it that is worth calling to your attention for the same reason that a music theory professor would critique a melody, right? A student has a homework assignment to compose a 1-minute thing, and then they bring it in, and the music theory professor, analyzes it and gives very targeted, tangible, constructive criticism, right? I'm going to do that for Sonic CD. So it's not like I'm going to say, yeah, I disagree with the Sonic CD's music, but I'm going to do nothing to justify my point, right? I'm over here, what's the expression? Is it that I have to be the bad guy, or I have to be the lightning rod because I'm willing to go there. I'm willing to criticize the US soundtrack and actually substantiate my points. But this just plays like you wanting to just cater to everyone, afraid to offend. So the biggest compromise you could do is just a conspicuous, boop, nothing. Sparky says, if August was horrible for you, try to imagine what you were going through. Try to render the thing for a month. Listen, Sparky, you time and again cried wolf. You time and again, hey guys, look at me. I want attention. I want the endorphins of attention and accomplishment. So I'm going to say this is not a drill and give absolutely no timetable, right? This is not a drill. And then days, weeks go by. Right? I told Sparky that with those initial teasers, I was checking his channel a couple times a day because this is not a drill is a pretty clear-cut thing that We're not just screwing around. And if you didn't know when the video was going to come out, you really shouldn't have used that very vague, attention-seeking language. Right? I didn't even know that there were teasers. I am very relieved that I was unaware of the teasers. My God. Yeah, well, I don't know why you're trying to get sympathy, Sparky, because you were behind the scenes having a full understanding of what was going on, and we didn't. But you cried wolf and got our attention, and you announced the big rebrand. Why would I give a flying care about a rebrand if you haven't posted a video in 6 years? You're getting my attention and grabbing those endorphins for yourself, right? But if you weren't sure when you were going to finish the video, then you shouldn't have, riled up all my hype. Yeah, so I cannot sympathize with your August, Sparky, because you were in full control of that, and you should have not hyped up the video unless you knew it was ready. This is not a drill. You abused that phrase. This is not a drill. There's no excuse for that. I was hurt by that too, and after a few days of checking a couple right, I just like, nope. Check out. I'll watch the video once it's ready. I am signing off of this very manipulative, hurtful hype cycle. Maybe you genuinely thought that the next day was going to be when you rendered it. But if you've never rendered a 4K 8-hour video before, then you have no basis telling people this is not a drill. Blue ball me once, shame on me. No, shame on you. Blue ball me twice, shame on me. You got me once. You got me once. Sparky's World says, this is not a drill. Are you seriously going to cite that, Sparky? Because I don't think that's what you said on Twitter, my guy. And I should not have to seek out alternate versions of post to get critical details of this kind. Right? You're going to say that I have bad reading comprehension? I'm finding this thing. Yeah, you are one to lecture me about reading, media literacy. I'm flabbergasted, Subsonic. I don't know if this just speaks to the thickening of your bubble, but right after all those teasers on Twitter, I'm going to call you on this because I am so disappointed and flabbergasted that this is what you're trying to say. So you brought me to this. I'm going to pull up your tweet. You brought me to this. I'm scrolling. Everyone's waiting. I really hope you didn't take them down, Subsonic. I'll give you a chance to say, did you take down those tweets or no? I maybe I went past it, but yeah, I'll just ask point blank. Did you take any tweets down pertaining to this topic? All right, special message from Subsonic Sparkle. That was, I guess, update 3. All right, wonderful new channel artwork, blah, blah, blah. I have been reborn. New video coming soon. This is not a drill. Welcome to the next level. What do you have to say for yourself, Sparky? I'm calling bullshit on this because your tweet is, I've been reborn. New video coming soon. This is not a drill. Welcome to the next level. And you're telling me I have a media literacy problem? What's going on with this? There is not a lick of any details on your Twitter about this timetable, and I should not have to seek out an alternate version on different platforms to get the most right. Your tweets had everything else, right? Oh, me, Sparky, new branding, excitement, right? You had everything except the detail about when to, right? So when I see this is not a drill, right? Now, over on YouTube, Elsa Hack says, I really love your videos on YouTube. You've watched them many times. I thank you, even with a friend. I'm sorry to see me hurt by someone who misrepresented you. I appreciate you saying that, Elsa Hack, but you don't need to be as concerned because Sparky and I are pals. I'm not like really mad or, right? I'm upset about this, and I am holding Sparky accountable, but Sparky is a person who's very close to my heart and will continue to be, definitely. That's why it was twice as disappointing that it's a pal that I hold in such high regard, right? I should expect that behavior to come from 695s, not from Sparks. So I'm waiting for Sparky to answer because you're making me look like a fool by saying that I, missed something, but there's nothing there on Twitter. It's just new video coming soon. This is not a drill. Subsonic, that means it could come up tomorrow. You could get this in your inbox, the next morning. But your silence speaks volumes. I hope, Subsonic, that me giving this feedback has been very valuable constructive criticism for the way that you treat your audience. Is chat frozen? What's going on? So, Sparky, I'm going to say this one more time because you're beating around the bush. I looked at your tweets, and there's no information about a timetable in there, right? I should not have to seek out a community post for those details. And no, if you're asking me if the community post entered my feed, no, it didn't. Yeah. So if you're not going to acknowledge that, I'm not, this is awkward to just wait around. I think I've said more than enough on the topic. So yeah, what's the takeaway? I still love Sparky. I want to continue being Sparky's pal. If I just, in no universe will I be expected to pretend or write off what you portrayed about my content in your video. And since you're, ignoring what I'm talking about on Twitter, it's not really adding any confidence to what I want to believe is your good faith approach to this situation. If you ask me, I think it's very simple to say, oops, I didn't announce any timetable on Twitter, and I shouldn't reasonably expect you to seek out alternate versions of the same post for such essential details. I'd say, Sparky, you've had 5 minutes to speak to this. I'd say you're off the hook. I've said my piece. I'm not going to, drag this off anymore. You blue-balled me, and I'm the only brave enough person to tell you what you did. So you can keep that in mind moving forward, or you can disregard my advice. But the fact is, you did what you did, and I'm not going to pretend like you did anything else other than what you did. So again, Sparky, you're not instilling any confidence. You're saying the video was always intended to drop in late August. I had absolutely no way of knowing that when in early to mid-August you said, this is not a drill, new video coming soon. If that's how you treat your audience, Well, I have now explained my reaction to it. Everyone else is fine to make up their mind. But again, you're being very stubborn by saying the video was always intended to drop in late August. You're talking past me, and that's very rude. What I'm saying is that you did not disclose that information to your audience, at least on Twitter, right? If you did it, I don't understand. I don't check YouTube community posts. I don't. And if I follow you on Twitter and you're going out of your way to glorify and promote yourself on Twitter, why is the very important data point of when it's expected to come out absent? But what we do have is this is not a drill. New video coming soon. That doesn't mean 2 weeks from now. That means this is not a drill. I'm not screwing. I've said my piece. You're going to ignore it. I don't care. I've said what my thoughts are onto the audience, right? If you're just going to, So, maybe I have to take a couple weeks off from music theory because I'm so heartbroken over all this, and I was already in a fragile enough state, rising from the ashes of the original composition discussion, and for a video that I hyped up and was so looking forward to, and that has so much going on in it. But Subsonic has not acknowledged any aspect of anything that we've been talking about. That in itself is maybe hurtful. You're just insisting on your intentions, and you want me to have your alleged behind-the-scenes damage control comments be like, oh no, I didn't mean it that way, but nobody would take it that way because they all know about your content. Well, not all of them. And even if they did, that glimpse that you showed is an unflattering, cherry-picked, right? Look at how convoluted Alex's stuff is. That's the legacy that you boiled down my entire 5-year, journey with all this. That's what you remembered. That's the only thing that you wanted to relay to your audience when you invoked the name Alex Yard, right? But the difference with that and Liam Triforce is, wow, he has a sweeping overview that you should definitely check out. Sparky says you're listening to everything I'm saying and trying to understand it. You're not trying to steamroll your right, but you're not acknowledging any merit to anything that I'm saying. So since we have plenty of people in chat who are acknowledging that what I've concluded about what your comments were is not out of line, it is not out of line for me to be very uncomfortable and disapproving that you would so carelessly smear me in that way and give such a convoluted dose as, yep, that's what I'm talking about with Alex Yard. You've yet to acknowledge any of that. So that shows me where you're coming from. If you are only going to say things and the opportunity is gone, you can follow up with me. Thank you. Third, Bruno understands my points. Definitely, impact is what matters most. Intent is only a third of what goes into one's actions. So, Subsonic, if me or someone else has to give you the tough love that's going to help you mature, some very needed maturity, is that you think that your intentions are total absolution. Do or do not, there is no try. You did what you did, and right, you gave Pimp Ouija a banquet to feast on, right? You gave Ouija, who popped into your video in the comments on an alt account, you gave him everything that he was looking for. An opportunity to say, yeah, that Alex Yard's got convoluted. I know I got to stop soon, but, right, the fact that you would glorify Pimp Ouija, and I resent that, and I reject that, and I'm very disappointed in what that says about your character, because I have repeatedly warned you about Pimp Ouija, but that's not enough. Because some things, right? You know what's incredible about the Pimp Ouija part? Okay, this will be our final end cap.
fingertips, and of course the game rewards
Yeah,
you for your
you want to
efforts.
talk
This
about
is
legacies,
excellent level design. With a simple
Subsonic
trail of
Sparkle?
rings, it's like the
You want to
developers are
talk about
whispering,
a flattering or unflattering portrayal of a community figure? Let's just look at what you did. Don't rant about your intent. Let's just look at what you did. You cherry-picked, I know I've said it 20 times. You know what you did to my video, but then you pair that alongside what you spotlit for Pimp Ouija. This is totally unbelievable and flabbergasting. Where is the Pimp Ouija part? Because, yeah, I might not be able to find it unless, Sparky, you want to disclose. But when you name drop Pimp Ouija, you show this whole deluxe this whole deluxe paragraph that's like a sweeping overview of everything Pimp Ouija is about. Everything that he's accomplished, everything that he seeks to do, his entire resume, his body of work. Don't think, Sparky, that I didn't notice that you gave Pimp Ouija a glorified spotlight and Alex Yard got a passing mention to be the butt of a joke. All right, Chapter 8's ending. Like the absurdity of this stuff it continues to stack on itself.
Every stage was conceived around the time travel
that
and to ignore it is
that
to miss
Pimp
out.
Ouija gets the glorified
You just happen
spotlight.
to run into it. I think these would have.
And Alex has his head so far up his own ass
So to
that
say-
he doesn't give a shit about whether his audience understands what he's saying. That's the message you sent out in this video, Sparky. This 8-hour video that will be a big part of your legacy moving forward, that was your choice. And it's horrifying. And yeah, as I look for this, Chapter 8's ending, again, you asked before, whether we should have talked about this offline, privately, Sparky. Absolutely not. Let me pour cold water on that right now. You did this in plain view of everyone. And yet somehow you want to be afforded the luxury of keeping things behind the scenes, right? You did this in your big moment on your, big masterpiece 8-hour video. And you don't want me to respond to it publicly? That's...
Say that Sonic CD fails at place, and so few.
Why can't I find the end of Chapter 8?
Ways to turn these obstacles into opportunities. You get the vibe that the whole bounced off of CD in the past. So if you're someone who really
Actions
wants to
speak
find
louder
fun in
than
this
words.
game, here are a few tips to maybe
Actions
help
speak
you ease
louder
into it
than
more naturally.
intent.
First of all, play the other
Trust me, I had good intent.
games
Behind the
hardcore
scenes, I
classics.
love your...
Not
Well,
sure this
why
is the
didn't you
game to
show
throw
that
yourself
in the
into.
video itself?
Skill, but you can't do. Some people and some players
That sort of nonsense.
experimenting with intended to be something over time, and certainly not on your first. No point, which is a point that I just for the sake of cutscene, cross was conceived
Brutal.
frustrating, fun with such a shift workbench executed such blitz through all of them at light bridge transform a different game entirely. Busy stages like Wacky Workbench and Starter Speedway totally transform into these 30-second gauntlets of perfect. You can pretty much this game is by Sonic stages of packed stages actually flat strengths.
I'm very sorry.
It
This
made
is
those
probably
decisions
brutal to listen to because I'm skipping around. All right, I'm at Chapter 9, so I'll just backtrack a few clicks. Why can't I find this? What is there a keyword that I can search for, Subsonic? I thought it was near the cat footage. All right, I think I saw it. Yep. So you're actions speak so much louder than words, Sparky. Right? You chose to, right? One of the most obnoxious things about this person is the way that they're constantly bragging about these highly specialized, obsessive, engagements with the game, right? But Ouija gets his entire bio spotlit on screen, and so they see this big resume, this community hero, and when they get to my part, it's convoluted, head up your ass, discourteous to the audience, music theory lingo. This, right? I cannot ignore the fact that, Sparky, we are sitting here having the exact same conversation we had when Diaper Boy 695 made his video. You said, "No, Alex, that wasn't the intent." No, I know he said X, Y, and Z, but also W. You got to understand, Alex, because of W, I'm not going to acknowledge any merit of the X, Y, and Z that's what this feels like. I think I've said more than enough. Hearing people, thoughts on this, I don't think that anything that I'm talking about today requires any further explanation. Anyone who's going to see it my way is going to acknowledge the merit of my experience with this. I've already said enough. So if those people see it the way that I do, and I'm not even going to get Sparky to move an inch, then we should just stop talking. This was, I guess we're streamlining now, right? We're ending now. Actions, right, Sparky? Your actions speak 5 times louder than any word or intent you insist. I see what you did. I'm here reacting to it so that I can get the catharsis that you can't do these things in a vacuum and expect me to just, be steamrolled by this. Oh, no, everyone knows your content and loves it. That you're talking about me. You're giving a cherry-picked, unflattering portrayal. And I'm really sorry to everyone listening to this because I know I've said certain things a jillion times. I would actually blame the fact that I've had to say it 40 times on the fact that Sparky refuses to acknowledge any, right? You ask Sparky, you say, Alex is totally in the wrong. He totally misunderstands this. There's no merit to the idea that the glimpse that you provided is not representative of my content or mission statement at all. So if you're going to continue ignoring any of that with no merit or acknowledgement, then I tried the best I can, and I don't need you to see it the way that I do. I've already talked to everybody about what I've done. But again, it feels like those who do not learn from history are bound to repeat it. And when 695 dropped his video, we're in the same pickle that we were a year ago, where someone has said something about me publicly that is unflattering, but it's fine. You can roast me, you can say unflattering things, but it should only ever be fair. And what you did in this video is not fair. 695's actions were a lot more severe, but we're talking about the same thing. You're misrepresenting my fundamental identity of my commentary and my mission statement, and you're saying you're listening and caring about what you have to say. Again, you're all talk and no action, because nothing you've said in the past 2 hours has acknowledged any of the merit of what I've been able to explain my thought process, and I've seen more than enough people in chat today see the way that I do, so that I am not concerned with your evasiveness. But that evasiveness, that rose-colored glasses is on brand for you. See you later, wacko dude. And you will never expect me to participate in this ongoing charade. No, my intent, you're misunderstanding it, Alex, right? I've already said way too much about that. So I will not make any changes to my streaming schedule. If I have to take 2 weeks to just refresh my mind, pour myself into a non-music theory topic, but yes, Subby, this really popped the balloon of enthusiasm and purpose and being driven. This was a massive, just metal boot kick to the stomach, and it hurts 5 times more than anything 695 could ever do because I hold you in such high regard. And I was looking forward to this video for months, almost years, and to have it all come down to this, and say, I get blindsided by a claymation meme that's cherry-picking a part of the video that has nothing to do with Sonic and is not remotely representative of the experience that you yourself had on my channel. So what does it say that you have now appropriated the great experience to be had on my channel, but you refuse to share it with anyone else? And the only thing you're going to share with someone else is fancy jargon confusing. I'm going to sign off now. This has been a brutally ugly discussion that needed to happen. So I appreciate anyone who's listening. Yeah. Sparky says, you never tried to devalue your feelings on this. What you have done is totally ignored and talked past all of the things that I have brought to your attention today I can totally believe, Subsonic, that these things that I've said today are the first time these have been brought to your attention. However, now that I've brought them to your attention, the fact that you have not acknowledged or legitimized anything that I've said leaves me ready to conclude that this discussion is finished and I don't need your buy-in. And so, I still love you to death, Sparky. I hope we continue to be frenemies forever. But I'm not going to pretend like you're not treating me like a frenemy. And if you're going to take these unfair shots at me, it's game on. Now, of course, I would never in a million years consider taking an unfair shot at you. Believe me, when you go low, I would go way much higher. And it's not that I have anything planned in mind. There's no response video. You misunderstand me. What you should understand is that eroding goodwill the way that you have here is the kind of thing that's going to make me not self-censor myself when you tried to peddle something like Internet Historian as the second coming of creativity and genius, right? This is going to make me not extend any grace, right? I'm going to say, filter gone. I'm going to brutally roast something that I feel is justified and fair. And yeah, so it's game on, fair game, but you did me dirty. You did me dirty in this video. It was a cheap shot. It was, right? If there's only one word, Subsonic and everyone else, that you should take away, it says unfair. What you did was extremely unfair. So this is not the result of me having thick skin. You can roast me however you want, but you know full well that the major problem with 695's video was that it is a total misrepresentation of my viewpoint. And it just so happens, out of a bizarre coincidence, that you did the exact same thing. So, streams will continue with no interruption. I would never let anything like this, suddenly cease operations where now I can't even keep the lights on to do my streams. I think I would go crazy if I didn't stream. So I'm going to do whatever needs to be done. I've gotten more than enough affirmation from the many other people in chat today who are more than willing to acknowledge and legitimize the concerns that I've shared. That's more than enough for me. And Sparky, everything that you've said today is now on record. You had a chance to, and everything you say, that's going to be on file. So, there's nothing else to say. This got ugly, and there was no other way that it could have been done. because Sparky and I are in a recursive cycle of misunderstandings. And when it's this much of a pattern, it's hard to write off as just an incidental misunderstanding. So, having passed the 5-hour mark, I'm going to say, all right, Elishak says, thank you for the stream. Your points made are perfectly understandable to you. Yeah, so that, right? I don't think everything that I'm saying is some big stretch or theory or thin-skinnedness. So it's, let's say, disappointing that Sparky refuses to budge at all. So that was the choice that he made in the video, and now that he's made his choice of how to handle things today, I'm going to say I'm going to leave everything on the field, end this stream now, knowing that I'm ready to move on, but needing to have talked about this after the, it's just one of many gut punches that have happened to me in the past month. I needed to articulate my response so that I can process it and move past it. And so that Sparky and any other content creators can understand that when you talk about real people in your content, right, that has consequences. You're talking about real people. And I made that point crystal clear in the composition video, that you think you can just do these things from a distance behind the veil of the internet. But you're talking about me, and yet you're flabbergasted that I would object to such a weird twisting of my entire legacy contribution to the Sonic community. You couldn't find a positive thing to say, but you could about Liam Triforce. Actions speak 5 times louder than words and 10 times louder than intentions. So someday, Subsonic Sparkle, someone will get through to you that the way that you invoke your intentions is a shameful excuse that I reject. And if you're going to stumble through your life making excuses, well, no one needs to pretend that you're not making excuses, right? The fact that you would refuse to acknowledge that your Twitter kept blueballing us with no intent, right? And you say, well, I always knew it would become, right? What that is called is egocentrism. You are acting solipsistically. You are considering what's going on in your own head with zero courtesy as to how much you're bringing your audience into that, because you are your biggest customer. You're serving yourself when you do that. And I hope the hurt and disappointment that I've documented here today reflects that in a way that can move the conversation in a positive, constructive feedback recommendation. So, good night. I guess good night. Last chance, guys. See you Friday, Third Bruno. Dude, I'm going to play a game and roast it. Let off some steam. Kyo, have yourself a good night. Third Bruno. Waka Dude probably took off. JJ, good night. Yeah, thanks for... I'm sorry this was so long and brutal. I didn't really plan it that way, but you guys are all adults. You can leave at any time, so... But I'm very thankful that you would listen to what I have to say. Sparky is going to continue listening and caring, but taking no action to actually further that goal. And this VOD will forever document what happened here today. So good night, everyone.